from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's prolific time zones, every one of them covered by this program, Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. It is my privilege and honor to escort you through the darkness, the dark hours of another weekend. Yes, the weekend again. How's it feel to be off for the weekend? I assume the majority of you are. We are going to be talking to a theoretical physicist in the next hour about time travel. Now, those of you who heard the pre-feed, I think heard a theoretical physicist I had on last week who was, let's see, I'll choose my words carefully. He was cautious. He was perhaps a bit negative on some of the, I don't know whether you'd call it fringe. You really wouldn't call it fringe stuff for a theoretical physicist. As far as I know, you wouldn't, would you, time travel? At any rate, this night, Dr. Fred Alan Wolfe is very up on time travel. He, too, is a theoretical physicist. You know, it's one of my favorite, no, it is my favorite topic. Time travel is my favorite topic. And so I thought I would ask you in this first hour to comment on a question I have. It's maybe the most basic, simple question about time and time travel there is, and that is time real? Is it real? Or is time simply an invention of man who has learned to measure between, the motion of two things? And if time is real, that is to say, it's a real thing beyond our concoction of measurement, and it would seem like it has a possibility of being so because events do occur, right? Things happen to you in your life in a chain that goes forward, inexorably forward, for the moment. So is it real? Or is it our makeup? But it does seem like there's time. We all have a measured amount of time in our lives and so forth and so on, right? You could point to a million things. But in the end, you still don't know if it's real. And if it is real, will there be travel within it possible? God, is that fascinating. Now, the following is something I think you should hear. If you haven't heard it yet, you sure as heck ought to hear it. And I guess there's going to be a 60 minutes piece all about it on Sunday, so you might want to watch for that. The headline is, former head of CIA's Osama bin Laden unit says the al-Qaeda leader has secured religious approval to use a nuclear bomb against Americans. Here it is. Osama bin Laden now has religious approval to use a nuclear device against Americans, according to the former head of the CIA unit charged with tracking down the Saudi terrorists. So this guy ought to know, right? He was with the CIA until, like, days ago. The former agent, Michael Schur, I believe it is, speaks to Steve Croft in his first televised interview without disguise to be broadcast on 60 Minutes Sunday, November 14th. That's CBS, of course. Schur was, until recently, known as the quote, anonymous, end quote, author of two books critical of the West's response to bin Laden and al-Qaeda, the most recent of which is titled Imperial Hubris, Why the West is Losing the War on Terror. No one in the West knows more about the al-Qaeda leader than Schur, who has tracked him since the mid-1980s. Boy, would I like that interview. The CIA allowed him to write the books, provided he remain anonymous. But now they're allowing him to reveal himself for the first time on Sunday's broadcast. He formally leaves the agency today. Well, that would have been, I guess, yesterday. No, that was Friday in this time zone. So just out of the CIA today. Yesterday now. Even if bin Laden had a nuclear weapon, he probably would not have used it for lack of proper religious authority. Authority he now has. Bin Laden has secured it from a Saudi sheikh, a rather long treatise on the possibility of using nuclear weapons against the Americans. Says, sure, the treatise found that he was perfectly within his rights to use them. Muslims argue that the United States is responsible for millions of dead Muslims around the world, so reciprocity would mean you could kill millions of Americans. Sure says Bin Laden was criticized by Muslims, some Muslims anyway, for the 9/11 attack because he killed so many people in it without enough warning and before offering to help convert them to Islam. But now Bin Laden has addressed the American people, and he's given fair warning. Their intention is to end the war as soon as they can and to ratchet up the pain for the Americans until we get out of their region. If they acquire the weapon, they will use it, he said, whether it's chemical, biological, or some sort of nuclear weapon. And now, as you've got to listen to this guy, he was head until Friday of the CIA's effort to catch Bin Laden, so you've got to listen to this guy. He says they will use it. Let's see. As the head of the CIA unit charged with tracking Bin Laden from 1996 to 99, he says he never had enough people to do the job correctly. He blames former CIA Director George Tenet. Says, one of the questions that should have been asked of Mr. Tenet was why were there always enough people for the Public Relations Office, for the Academic Outreach Office, for the Diversity and Multicultural Office? All of those things are admirable and necessary, he said, but none of them are protecting the American people from a foreign threat. And the threat posed by Bin Laden is also underestimated, says Schur. Quote, I think our leaders over the last decade have done the American people a disservice continuing to characterize Osama bin Laden as a thug or a gangster, he said. Until we respect him, sir, we are going to die in numbers that are probably unnecessary. Yes, he is a very talented man and a very worthy opponent. This is a quote now from somebody now out of the CIA. So, you know, a lot of people think that Osama bin Laden has a nuclear device, that he has purchased one, and God knows there were enough nuclear devices running around in the old Soviet Union, and, you know, they were very hungry for money, so the possibility that he would have one would be pretty fair, I would say, wouldn't you? And you have to wonder, I do wonder, if a nuclear device should be detonated in a U.S. city, it'd probably be Manhattan, perhaps Washington, D.C., or L.A., but probably more bang for the buck in Manhattan because it's so packed in. Wherever it would be in any case. I'm wondering what you all think the U.S. government would do if that occurred. Now, remember, every nuclear weapon has a signature that will tell the tale of exactly where it was made, the materials used, and very likely exactly where it was made. So if a nuclear device goes off and destroys an American city, and you can't rule out the possibility, particularly after this story, you're going to want to watch 60 Minutes on Sunday. What do you think the U.S. would do? What would our response be? Are you? You know, I'm not saying time travel is possible or impossible. I'm still trying to make up my mind about that. I hope it is, but the way the world is going right now, people with biological things that could take us all out, people with nuclear weapons that could take out entire cities, day may come when we could use a little travel, huh? U.S. military officials, looking briefly here at the rest of the world, said Saturday that American troops had now occupied the entire city of Fallujah, and there were no more major concentrations of insurgents still fighting after nearly a week of intense urban combat. And that's what it was, too. Told you it was going to be door-to-door. Indeed, it was. A U.S. officer speaking on condition of anonymity said that Fallujah was, quote, occupied but not subdued, end quote. Vice President Dick Cheney went into the hospital, thought he might have heart trouble again. He's had a lot of it, of course, but he didn't. He had just a bad cold. The other news, the jury that convicted Scott Peterson saw a man with two faces in public, a loving father to be with a steady job, stable home, Mr. Nice Guy, right in private, though, a cheating husband who yearned for bachelorhood to the degree that he was willing to kill his wife and his unborn baby. There are so many murders in the U.S. that I do wonder why one of them, like this one, captures the American attention the way it does. What is it that causes, that magic click? I mean, there are just endless awful murders that occur every day in cities all across the U.S., and yet we pick up on one and follow it, right down to the very last detail. I don't know why. More than 70 U.S. soldiers from Iraq were flown Saturday to military hospitals in Germany. Those would be the wounded. A teenager accused of planning to supply a Somalian terrorist group with night vision goggles and bulletproof vests faces charges. He had some sort of I'm going to take over the world complex, I guess, and was going to begin in Somalia, where things didn't go so well for us last time we were there. Californians will soon see advertisements urging them to give Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger and other foreign-born citizens a chance to run for president. Well, I wonder how you feel about that. The governor of California would be a very strong contender, wouldn't he, for the office of the presidency? But just one little detail, of course, and that is that he's foreign-born. So should that change? Do you think that will change? One other item before we check the phones, and this will be open lines. The New York Times broke the media's silence on the cause of Arafat's death Friday by suggesting the terrorist leader may have died of AIDS. In an article entitled Secrecy by AIDS and Silence by Doctors Persists, and What Killed Arafat is Still a Mystery, the paper chronicled Arafat's rapid health decline and the mystery shrouding his illness. The paper reported, even after Yasser Arafat's death this morning, French health officials continued their stony silence about what killed him. And so the man who lived so much of his life simply and in the public eye died very mysteriously, surrounded by secrecy. If there was an autopsy, we don't know how it came out. If there was AIDS, they're not talking. There are other possibilities, liver disease, last stage, end stage cancer, and, of course, AIDS. Any of them possible. Plus, he was getting on in age anyway, so. But the New York Times is suggesting a strong possibility of AIDS. And then, of course, prior to that, there was another rumor that one that I kind of grabbed onto when I heard it, too. I thought the Israelis, would they have slipped him a poison if they could have? Well, certainly they regarded him as a stumbling block toward a possibility of peace, right? So they might have had motive. I mean, if you were a cop looking for a motive, you might look at the Israelis. But apparently not. And possibly even AIDS. And I guess there's something about the French, something more, about the French, and that is that they're very private. They will not disclose. Could that be the reason that he was flown to Paris in the first place? Paris, of all places. You wouldn't think Paris, would you? Nevertheless, that is where he was taken, that's where he passed, and that's where the secret of why he died and how he died shall apparently remain. Let us take a few phone calls, eh? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Top of the morning to you.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I said this soon after 9/11 that if any Muslim terrorist comes to this country with a weapon of mass destruction, we should put them on notice right now. We should have put them on notice right after 9/11 that if any Muslim does that, they can kiss Mecca and Medina goodbye. It will glow in the dark for the next 10,000 years. Not only that, but I voted for Kerry for what might be considered an off-the-wall reason. I don't think Bush is fighting this war as an all-out war. It strikes me that he's fighting two holding actions, one in Iraq and one in Afghanistan. In World War II, we had 80 divisions. I don't know why we don't have an all-out recruitment effort, if not a draft, and have armies all over the world occupying these countries and hunting these scum down and exterminating them before they exterminate us.
Well, I guess to some degree that is what we're doing in Iraq. We are exterminating before we are exterminated, right? And we're certainly doing that in Afghanistan. The case for Iraq is weaker in my mind, but certainly we have done that in Afghanistan. But the prospect, again, of a nuclear device going off in a U.S. city is horrifying, but it seems to me, after reading this story, and you can fill yourself in and decide on the credibility of the man on Sunday by watching 60 Minutes, but I mean, this is a fellow who just on Friday left the position of being the chief honcho in the CIA of hunting down bin Laden, so he ought to know. And, some of what he's saying here obviously is horrifying. That now, apparently now, Allah, God, or whatever, has said, okay, it's okay to nuke the Americans. Permission given from on high. And he does say that without that, even if they had an atomic weapon, they could not have used it. Not that many. In fact, even 9/11 apparently was pushing it in terms of killing the ones that have not been given a chance to convert. That was the upshot of what he said. You're going to want to catch that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell.
Yes, Mr. Caller, how are you doing?
Marcus from Kansas City.
Yes, Marcus.
I've spoken to you, it's been at least a couple of years. What a privilege it is to get on with you again.
Glad you're here. What's up?
Well, I've spoken to Linda before and all the other guests that hosted the show. And specifically, exactly what you're just talking about. Also like to also comment on your guest tonight, too. So a question about that. First, I was on there with Linda a few years back, and I didn't make it a prediction, but I did say on air I was fearful of a nuclear attack on a city of America. And I don't really feel that now. What I'm concerned about now is I knew it when we went into Kuwait, and now we're in Iraq with our best troops positioned in small areas. 2, maybe 3 nuclear devices could devastate our army. And that's what I'm concerned about.
Well,
not a bomb here, but a bomb
there.
strategically located on our troops.
Well, it's a very, very good point, sir. You're right. Now, of course, the car bombs are going off on a regular basis now, and we know there's no shortage of people who are willing to give their lives. In fact, one of the recent diplomats who was wounded in Iraq, he was in a convoy, and he was hit by a car bomb and then interviewed later, and his one comment was, as he sat there on his hospital bed, that he was amazed that there were so many numbers of people willing to give their lives to set off a car bomb and extinguish their own lives in the process. So certainly, if he's got a bomb, there will be no shortage of people willing to stand next to it and push the button. Forget timers. They don't need timers. They've got people who... It would be I'm sure in the eyes of our enemy, a glorious way to go. Push the button on a big one, right? So now they've received religious approval to do exactly that, to drop a bomb, to bring a bomb in, to set up a bomb off in a large American city. Oh my God, it's the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back. Pretty weird to think of the good old days as those days when we could have erased each other, and at least there was the balance, of mutual assured destruction and equal terror, and it makes what we have today look not so bad, frankly. I mean, today we've got nuclear weapons in lots of different hands. We've got biologicals that could just roar across a land, and chemicals and various other weapons of mass terror. Incredible. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. How you doing, sir?
Just spiffy. What's up?
Are you enjoying your snowstorm?
A snowstorm?
I thought it was snowing in Vegas.
No. Who told you that?
Yeah, I saw it this morning on the Weather Channel. But at any rate...
No, a little snow up on the 11,900-foot mountain. And I've got a cat right on my computer. Go away.
I thought they had a huge storm in Vegas right now.
If it's snowing in Vegas, well, look, it's 45.7 degrees here, and Las Vegas is roughly at the same altitude. So I have my doubts.
10-4, buddy. Well, look here. I had my container checked that came in at Savannah about a week and a half ago.
You had a container come in at Savannah?
Yes, from the Middle East. Not say from the Middle East, in China.
China.
And they ran a radiation detector through it.
What were you importing?
Fireworks.
You're a fireworks importer?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
And about a month ago, I believe, they were checking from the Holland Tunnel different vehicles with radiation detectors also.
Good.
So, evidently this man. Well, look here. How big would a nuclear device have to be to kill 100,000 people? It has to be a pretty good sized bomb.
Not that big. They've got 1 kiloton suitcase type bombs, I believe. So it wouldn't have to be that big, sir.
That's more like a tactical weapon, there, isn't it?
And detonated in a place like New York City, the casualty number would be far above 100,000, I can assure you.
Well, I guess we can expect that next, huh?
Well, nobody, including me, especially me, wants to think that that's what we can expect. But on the other hand, you've got to be realistic. And God, all the signs are the very worst. They've got the people willing to give their lives. They've got probably the technology. Now they've got permission from the religious leaders, kind of like, God said, yeah. So, yeah, I guess, it seems likely.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check out the 60 Minutes
by all means.
Night.
Yeah, by all means, because, there's the guy who was in charge of the program to catch bin Laden. Head of the CIA in that department. He sure ought to know. So we better listen carefully Sunday night, and we better heed what he says. What we can do about it, I don't know. I really don't know. If they did set off a nuclear weapon here, and we had definitive information about where it came from, I suppose there could be a nuclear response, but that could start World War III, right? So, I don't know. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Kathy from Woodbridge, New Jersey.
Kathy.
Let's just say, for the sake of saying it, that a nuclear device was set somewhere in an American city.
Yes.
And, God forbid, annihilated plenty of people and contaminated all the borders. What would this man think we were going to do about it? We'd probably annihilate, not just cripple Fallujah. We'd probably level the damn place, radiate all of Syria. Does he really want that to happen to his people? Does anybody really want that? Look, we don't even know. Look what we're doing to this place in Baghdad and Fallujah and all the places. Look what we're doing to it based on a hunch and a bunch of bad CIA reports and no friggin' proof at all as of yet. No weapons of mass destruction. But we're tearing ass over there. There's no electricity. Christ art, it's like one of those things that you used to tell me about in 1998. God forbid it happens over here. Well, God forbid it's happening over there. I mean, for God's sake, when do we ever stop placating a war based on what if? Because when the if happens, what the hell are we going to do, Art? Blow the whole damn world up afterwards?
I know.
Art, it's gotten to, your shows don't scare me anymore, Art, because I'm already scared.
Good for you. You have good reason to be.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, you have good reason to be. And as I said at the beginning of the show, I don't know about time travel, but the way the world's going right now, we might need it. If it's possible to erase something that occurred in the past, we may soon need that ability.
They've time traveled here. They've told me. I wrote you a letter about what they told me. And they told me they don't want no part of this. They've given us warning enough times, and they said, enough already. You people are too thick. You're not listening. We're too warlike.
We are.
We are too warlike. I don't know what we want from people, but we are not. Art, when the hell was the last time you kicked the crap out of somebody and they really got up and respected you? It really doesn't happen. It only happens in the John Wayne movies. It's not in real life. And Osama, I wish in the next tape he'd speak the good English that he was taught over here, because the man can speak perfect English.
Kathy, I appreciate the call. Thank you. And I really agree with a lot of what she said. If it happens, what are we going to do? Really, what are we going to do? I mean, if some atomic weapon makes it, I don't know, from, let us say, Russia, as an example, into the hands of Osama bin Laden through whatever crazy route it might take, who are we going to blow up? Of course, then on the other hand, 9/11 occurred, and we did invade and now occupy Iraq. I don't know. Some people consider that a rational response, and some people do not. Certainly, what occurred in Afghanistan was rational. I'm not sure that rational extends to Iraq, and I have no idea what we would do if one of our cities was blown up. There would be a very large response, you can bet, of some sort. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, okay. This is really depressing.
Yes.
Okay, common sense would say that other than preventing 9/11, which I think was highly preventable, if it happened, what we should have done was to do a police action, go after Osama bin Laden per se and his group. The Taliban were not Al-Qaeda. And we shouldn't have stopped dead in our tracks and veered off to Iraq, which had nothing to do with 9/11. And someone who was interviewed on one of your programs, it might have been either George's or I can't think of her name now, I'm sorry. Barbara. Yeah. Interviewed a guy who made a very smart comment, I think. He said he thought that the reason that Bush didn't catch Osama bin Laden is that if he had, the American public would never have allowed him to invade Iraq, which is what he always wanted to do. It was much more important to him than catching Osama bin Laden. He's even said that. So I can't, and I couldn't believe it when it was realized that the sealed depot that the International Atomic Energy people had sealed, that had been telling us over and over again to keep watch over it, that it had been plundered, and it had triggering chemicals for nuclear weapons in there. Meanwhile, we haven't done anything meaningful about North Korea, which may have already started selling weapons.
Yes. And
probably Pakistan is selling nuclear weapons. So, here we are. Frankly, I don't think there's anything we can do. It's just hopeless. And I really think that the dumb, warlike people in the world, most, in our government is being run by people like that, are going to kill us off before we ever have a chance to become civilized enough to not do that sort of thing anymore. I really do.
Listen, I appreciate your point of view, and thank you for calling.
Right.
She got to say what she wanted to say, and there's a lot of it I agree with, frankly. As you know, prior to the war, I was very much against it because I couldn't figure out why we were doing it. I refer to the war with Iraq, and I still don't have it figured out. Yes, there's oil, and yes, he was a real bad guy. And yes, I suppose we thought there could have been weapons of mass destruction there, although that's very suspect now. The intel on that is. At the time, I guess legitimately there could have been a fear of weapons of mass destruction, but short of that, the weapons part, I don't see the rationale for invading. Yes, it's good to have strategic bases located in Iraq in the middle of the Middle East. I guess all of that is a positive thing, and yes, we are rampaging through Fallujah at the moment, but then on the other hand, you can make a rational argument that we're also making more mortal enemies, ones who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to kill as many Americans as possible. So I don't know. It's a very complicated world we live in today. International line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, my name's Dave. I'm from Tumwater, Washington.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, we were just listening. My girlfriend. I apologize for the poor quality. We're on a cell phone on my way to work here, but when we were listening to your show, we both thought of the idea here of a nuclear warhead being set up on American soil, like. The most dangerous place would probably be, over there at Yellowstone Park.
Oh, yes.
Almost act like as a primer to an even larger explosion. It's, end up spreading radioactive debris all over America. It could cause pretty huge problems. That, to me, would be an even more frightening place than man.
Well, it would be a perhaps geo-effective place, thank you. But, the terrorists certainly don't know that a nuclear device ignited in the Yellowstone area would precipitate the catastrophe that otherwise might occur 10,000 years from now. They couldn't be sure, and if it didn't work, and there's a good chance it would not work, maybe a better chance that it would not work than it would, then they would be largely wasting their one shot, right? I'm trying to think as they would think, which is, in a lot of ways, a horrible thing to have to do. Where would you get the most bang for the buck if you had, say, a 1-kiloton nuclear device? Answer, probably Manhattan. I don't know. But I think we're really facing that possibility. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, turn your radio off, sir. That's always number one. And tell us who you are and first name only and where. No, down, not up. There you go.
There it is.
What is your first name?
Mike.
Mike, welcome to the program. Where are you?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okie doke, what's up?
Well, I got a couple of things to say about this Osama thing. First of all, I don't think he would have said anything, giving us any warning or anything like that, unless he had the things pre-positioned. So I believe that he actually has nuclear weapons or whatnot pre-positioned in this country, and he was just waiting to get his religious leaders backing.
If that would be true, then you have to imagine it could be any day, any hour.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm all prepared. I went out and got myself, those mop level gear and gas mask and all that stuff. So I guess you call me paranoid, but I really am prepared.
Well, nothing wrong with being prepared. That's for darn sure.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I think really bothers me is a couple of callers called in and said that, we're warlike and...
Well, we are. We are.
And I don't really believe that we're warlike, but I do believe
sir, listen, I don't think that it's all that awful a thing to admit, but if you look back on the history of the United States, in fact, nearly every great power that's dominated the world at some point or another, they've all been kind of warlike.
Yeah, well, that gets to my point. And it's sort of like the essence of the universe is violence, and whether or not it's like righteous violence or evil violence is kind of immaterial because it's based on the perspective of the people involved.
sometimes how righteous the violence is just simply depends on which side of the bullet you're on.
Exactly. I think the actual nature and essence of the universe is violence. I mean, when you look at how the universe was created, it was created in an act of violence when it exploded. Yes. And, you know, if you look up and down the food chain, vegetarians, they eat living plants. I mean, that could be considered violent to the plant who's getting eaten. So I think that it's just the natural state of things, that there is violence inherent in the universe, and that it's not something that we should disembrace or embrace, because it's just part of nature.
Well, maybe it is true, sir, that as we evolve, if we continue to evolve, at some point maybe we evolve away from violence, but that moment has not yet come, or even close. And we are, to a degree, without apology, a warlike people. We are not, the American people are not a turn-your-cheek kind of people. They're kind of, I see them more as a don't-tread-on-me kind of people, or at least that's the way I've always felt about us. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, all right.
Turn your radio off, please. And your first name is?
Scotty from the Starship.
Yes, sir.
You were talking about time travel and whether or not there's actually a constant in time.
Actually, my first question was, what is time? I'm going to ask my guest that, but I thought I'd give some of you a chance to try and answer. What is time?
Okay. The only accurate time clock there really is the planetary positioning of the planet.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're always in a certain position in any given time.
Well, there are other ways to measure the passage of time, nuclear decay and so forth,
yeah.
I suppose. But measuring the movement of planets and one object's movement versus another's, and the speed differential and so forth, that's all time.
Well, if you go back in time and you look at the events that have happened, there's always been some sort of celestial event close to it, or right on the time.
Close to, you've lost me. There's a celestial event close to what?
Yeah, either there's a comet going by, or the planets are in a certain position.
When what?
When events in say like 9/11, when 9/11 happened, there were comets that were happening just before it.
Well, listen, American natives thought, and a lot of people continue to think to this day and age, that comets foretell something about to occur. It's absolutely true. Certainly is true that the passage of a comet, even a close passage, foretells an event that's about to happen. On the other hand, I don't know if if I really believe that that's true or not. There are a lot of comets up there that take a passage, a swing, some of them between the sun and the earth, some very close. And whether actually there has been one at every major event as you track back through history or not, I suppose you can try and sort of prove it all in reverse and go back through events and say, well, look, that was there. And so the following must be true. I don't know. One thing I do know, this is not the age of Aquarius, nor even close. It would have been nice, huh? That age had come and there really had been peace and no more war. Dr. Wolf, it is wonderful to have you back on the program.
Well, thank you very much, Art. It's a pleasure to be back on the show, and a pleasure to hear your voice again.
All right, we have so much we can talk about. Apparently all this, or your interest began when you saw the detonation of the world's first atomic bomb. Is that really right?
Yeah, it was kind of like a double explosion. Because I'm just pre-puberty at this age. And so, whammo, I'm getting hit from both ends.
All right.
And so it really was a very stimulating event. And it just, from that moment on, I was enraptured with physics, or just I wanted to be a physicist. I thought anybody that can handle that kind of power must have some unusual abilities.
Yes. Unusual abilities indeed. And you now actually, I guess, possess those abilities. If you had to make an atomic weapon, would you be able to do it?
Well, I don't know how to do it at this stage, although I understand the principles of what an atomic weapon does, and I've worked for a time at the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory and learned some of the principles of both fusion and fission devices. So I also know something about the Teller H-bomb and how it works, but my learning and my understanding of that goes back to the 60s when I was working towards my PhD in plasma physics and worried about controlled thermonuclear fusion and how it can be used for peaceful ways to get energy. So in terms of my knowledge today, I'm sure the sophistication and the engineering know-how that goes into making a weapon is far more developed than it was in those days.
Does it seem likely to you, Professor, that, you did hear the story I read about the religious permission now given to Bin Laden?
Yes, that is disturbing, of course.
Does it seem very likely to you that a nuclear device may be loose and that, that's the first question, that one may be loose out of either the Soviets' control or, I don't know, Pakistan or our control or whoever in the world now possess North Korea, for example. Who knows where they all are, but do you think they're all accounted for?
Well, that's very hard to say, isn't it? We don't even know how many there are, so whether they're all accounted for or not, I'm not sure if anybody has an actual count. But in terms of being able to explode one and get one working and do all of that, I think it would take a lot more scientific know-how than just exploding an ordinary weapons explosive type of bomb. It seems to me that the kind of things you need to do and the kind of technology that you need implies a kind of very special effect. You can't just... You have to make something happen very quickly in a very symmetrical way, and that's not always easy to do. So we can talk about, anybody's can build one, but it's probably a lot more difficult than most people would even dream of.
You do understand, then, without question, the basics, though, of how it's achieved.
Yeah, basically I do.
Certainly, if they do get their hands on one, if Al-Qaeda does, they will, without question, use it. If they will explode car bombs and take their own life in doing so, then I suppose from their point of view, the honor of detonating a big one in an American city wouldn't be hard to talk someone into it.
Well, it'd be very difficult, in my opinion, to get one into an American city by any kind of normal means, and it would be difficult to bring it in piecewise and then assemble it in an American city without causing some activity in the rather sensitive detection apparatuses or apparati, as I would say, that now exist in most of the cities. We're pretty sensitively able to detect stuff like that, and radiation detection has become a great art, much more refined than it was years and years ago.
God, I hope you're right.
Well, I really believe I am. I think that we really shouldn't start multiplying fear upon fear just because somebody says they can do something or maybe threaten such a thing as that. We've had one terrible accident, one terrible incident. And that's of course the Twin Towers, and of course there's a lot of stuff that happened before. But that was just really devastating to us, and I think that it's permanently maybe made our psyches running in the fear mode far more often. However, I do have to tell you something, and this is on the reverse of what I've just said. When I was a child, maybe it was the same thing that's running the rest of the country right now in terms of the fear mode. I dreamt of being in an atomic explosion and seeing it go off. And this was even, I don't know if it's because of the thing I saw in the newsreel or what, but I really had this terrible feeling that I was going to be living through something like that. So whether that's a forerunner of what's coming, I hope not, but, it's the kind of dream that a young kid might have.
Well, let's see, I think I reached you in the 415 area code. That would be the San Francisco Bay Area, right?
That would be the San Francisco Bay Area, right. which is also highly populated and could very well be a place where we might get struck. Although the political sympathy in the Bay Area is probably not so much for Bush and the war as it might be in other parts of the country.
Mm-hmm. Well, wouldn't, for example, you mentioned be very difficult to get one in. How about sailing one in?
Well, again, the whole problem is, can you get something in without detecting it? And because these things are detectable, they have signatures. They don't just sit there idly.
So you couldn't bring an atomic bomb in the hold of a ship, encased in lead or something like that.
Well, then, the more you have it encased, the less likely it's. I mean, the whole idea of an explosion is to have it explode.
Oh, I understand that, but I mean, if you were to take it out of the lead and and then push the button, why?
Well, when you encase something in that much lead, of course, it weighs a lot, and that's going to attract some attention too. So, I mean. There are some safeguards. Nothing is foolproof. Nothing is foolproof, of course. I mean, nothing can guarantee absolutely that if somebody wanted to do that it would absolutely go detected. Anything is possible. So we just have to rely on our Coast Guard and on our abilities to detect such things, and also our intelligence, which would allow us to know who's possibly planning to build such things. I can't imagine there's an Al-Qaeda headquarters that hasn't been infiltrated by the CIA by now.
Well, thank goodness we have borders that nobody can get through.
Yeah, basically. I would say that that the chance of that happening is fairly remote. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be wary, but I would not get too unduly concerned, unless, of course, we start getting reports and the color of the protective code goes from what is it, red is the final color, whether it gets really. If we start getting, the whole system that the government has set up seems reasonable, the home security system, and I think we should more or less go about doing what we're supposed to be doing. And
there's little choice at the end of the day.
There's little choice for us to do.
Live our lives day by day. But
we can always voice our opinions about what should be done and what shouldn't be done, and whether or not we can stem this tide of terrorism by some kind of economic solution, which I, in my heart, believe can be done. And the Palestinian question and all these questions that we've left swept under the carpet, so to speak, I believe there are peaceful solutions. I've always felt that way, and it may be very difficult to see, and it may be things that are going to require a lot more time. We just have to be patient and be willing to be patient and look for peaceful solutions and protect ourselves while we're doing so.
So then, you do not believe that our enemy has the mentality that says either we convert him or we kill him?
It's hard. I hear that, and I've read it, and so forth, but it's
hard to
I've
believe.
traveled around the world. I've spent time in Muslim countries. I've spent time with people in all walks of life and different things, and it's very hard for me, after seeing most people, to believe that anybody except a person of a very sick and ill disposition would want to deliberately kill themselves. I know people do it, and I'm not arguing that it doesn't happen. And
actually, every day in Iraq it seems to happen. Sometimes.
Well, we don't know. The problem with I didn't really was hoping we wouldn't be talking too much about politics, because it's really just my opinion.
Well, and
my opinion isn't worth any more than anybody else's. Might call in.
And in Israel, it occurs, if not daily, on a very frequent basis. People blow themselves.
Well, I lived in Israel for a while, and during the time that in the 60s and early 70s, and it was on a wartime footage then. I lived in during the time that in Northern Ireland. I lived in Belfast for a while during the time that insanity was going on.
Boy, you've lived in some very contentious areas.
I've deliberately chose to go to those areas in order to find out what was going on.
In that case, you're quite the optimist.
Well, I still believe in the basic good hearts and basic spiritual understanding of how the universe works. And I don't believe that this is going to go down in a great nuclear holocaust. I really think we are going to get through this, and on both sides, and this will just be a nightmare that we're going to pass through.
All right, well, this will give us a way to segue anyway.
Okay.
If such a thing should occur, it would be just wonderful to have time travel, to be able to go back and perhaps change the course of what occurred. And so I'm leaping very far ahead, but jumping nevertheless to time travel, which happens to be about my favorite topic in the entire world. The first question for you is, what is time?
Well, that's such a great question to ask. St. Augustine remarked when asked this question, I know what it is. I know what it is, but if you ask me, I don't know what it is.
That's right.
And there have been a number of remarkable quotes. Richard Feynman was asked, what is time? And he says it's nothing we can ever measure. We don't really know what it is.
But it is.
Albert Einstein even say he doesn't know what it is.
All right. Well, you take your best shot.
So I will. I'm going to take my shot at it. I just want to I just wanted to give you some idea as to where we're going with this.
Gotcha.
That we're dealing with something which doesn't have a physical definition because it's not a physical variable. That is not something we can actually pin down and measure. So we are measuring something when we measure what we think is time, but actually what we're doing is counting. And what we're doing is we're counting with memory. So that time and memory and mind are really much more intimately connected than we might have thought. So if we begin to look at time, we're also looking at another thing that is very much part of what we call consciousness, and that's this thing we call our self or our ego or our body-mind. There's different definitions.
Then is time an artifact of consciousness?
It is an artifact of consciousness. It is a very necessary artifact of consciousness, and not something which we can just simply hope it will go away. But it is an artifact. It's something that we create. And the kind of time we call objective time, that time that we agree is the clock time and so forth, is really an agreement between all of us that 1 second is 1 second. But when we really get down to actual measurements of time, then we find that there is no absolute measure of time at all. In fact, we can't even state for sure when is now, because anything we think is now actually turns out to be a window of time. There's a bottom edge, which is the past. There's a top edge, which is the future, and there's somewhere in the middle that bar running across the windows, which we call a now. But it's not clearly defined. And some windows are very large, and people can see backwards and forwards through time. And some windows are very narrow, and people can't see at all, and wonder what the heck are people doing when they're climbing that. To define time, I will tell you just this much, that time is the same thing as mind. Mind and time are the same thing. And that's why it's so hard to define. And what this has taught me from my understanding of physics, particularly my understanding of the theories of relativity that Einstein was famous for bringing into our understanding, and also this thing we call quantum physics, this very mysterious business that has really revolutionized the whole 20th century. The 20th century was not the atomic century, it was the quantum century. And this 21st century, the one we're in right now, is really going to be the first time we're going to see a raft of very remarkable practical applications of that, which include time travel devices. And the reason it sounds crazy, but
no.
It's very it's getting to a point now where we're really nailing it down as to what we would have to do to build practical time travel devices.
Oh, Professor, you're really my kind of guy. You really are. So you're saying within the 21st century, we will
be time traveling. There's using these kinds of devices. We'll probably start off very small, just like in
keyword device. I was prepared. You were saying or agreeing that time is an artifact of consciousness. Right. So I was sort of ready for you to be saying the only way we're ever going to travel in time is with some mental exercise. That's what I thought you were going to say, but you used...
That we can do now.
You used the word device.
Yeah, no, I'm talking... You see, I'm just like you. I'm excited about technology. And although I'm very much into the spiritual idea of what time travel is all about, and I certainly will be happy to talk about the yoga of time travel, which is my latest book, which is just
we'll get to that, but you do believe a device will be created.
I have no doubt about it. In fact, I can't. It's on the drawing boards already.
It is.
Yes, people are thinking about it already. There's one famous physicist who is, you might call the father figure of quantum computers. His name is David Deutsch. And in order for him to build quantum computers, he is already positing and writing the groundwork papers, the seminal papers right now on how time travel is an integral part of how these computers are going to operate. Another physicist is doing work in the lab trying to create artificial gravitational fields that are strong enough that they would squelch and distort time, slowing it down. So there's a number of real efforts going on here.
Do you believe that a device will be created that would allow...
Within the next 100 years. I'm not sure when.
That would allow travel in time both forward and in reverse.
That's the key is that in reverse, because traveling forward through time isn't so much of a big trick anymore, but going backward in time, that's one where everybody, gets their eye teeth confused.
Do you believe such a device could be created?
Absolutely.
You do. All right. Hold it right there. Stay right where you are. Professor Fred Alan Wolf is my guest. I'm Art Bell. Last week on the program, and what was a pre-feed this night tonight, it would have repeated. I had a theoretical physicist as a guest who said that time travel into the past would be impossible. Time travel into the future, said he, yes, but only in the sense that we are all traveling into the future right now, and if one were to be put in a state of suspended physical animation, for example, it would in effect be time travel or traveling close to the speed of light. Otherwise, he was rather adamant there would not be a device to take one into the future or into the past, and he was well credentialed, also, Professor Wolf, so there's apparently a lot of disagreement in the world of theoretical physics about this, huh?
Well, there is. It's surprising that there is, because the papers about it have been published in very reputable journals. So I don't know where this guy's coming from. Either he hasn't read the papers or he's read them and understands something I don't understand, which is certainly possible. I mean, I'm not, I'm not claiming to be the smartest guy in the world here. I'm just claiming that I've understood the principles involved, and I see no paradoxes with it. And I'm also relying a lot on the work that I've read and understood, which is the work of David Deutsch, the Oxford professor of physics, who's designed quantum computers and sees a way that the conflicts that usually come from traveling backwards through time are totally resolvable, and that there's nothing in the physics which forbids that kind of travel from taking place.
Okay, we'll certainly get to the problems associated with time travel, or what they were thought to be, but first I'd like to understand the mechanism of how you might even imagine that a device would be created, how it would work. Would it warp something or another? I mean, would you require great amounts of energy to do something? And if so,
actually not. And this is what's very surprising. You see, people who know the classic ways of time travel realize that in order to time travel, you have to make a kind of a time warp. You have to use a great gravitational field or move near the speed of light or something of that sort. Yeah. And that's the classical ways. And, I would say, sure, that's right, pre-quantum physics. But once you start grasping what quantum physics is telling us and how it operates, you begin to see another way of doing it. And a couple of Israeli physicists, one of them being the master physicist, Yakir Aharonov, has come up with a way in which we can use a device in which you just have many many little shifts of time. Not big ones, or little mini ones, but if you can add up a whole bunch of mini ones and get them all in like ducks in a row, you can get a huge time shift, even though the device which is doing the shifting is putting little positive time shifts, slowing them down by a small positive amount. This quantum computer that you hook up to it, can put the device in a state in which you can shift backwards or forwards through time. Now, what gets shifted is also very interesting. It's a shift of the person inside the time machine, not the people outside. The world outside is going on, but the guy inside is actually getting younger or getting older.
Yes, really. So in other words, you would not go back through time and remain at your current physiological age?
In this device, no. You would just get younger or get old. You would time travel. But the rest of the world would just keep with going on. Now, that's one way.
Then could one not travel prior to their own birth?
That's interesting. You could travel to a time before your own birth, and then the question is, what happens in that case?
But you'd be nothing but a gleam in your dad's eye.
Yeah, those are very interesting questions. And a lot of that has not really completely been resolved. I think I see what's going on, but it's going to take a little bit to try to explain it and make any sense out of it for a listening audience in a short period of time. But because it seems so paradoxical and so crazy.
Try me.
Well, as you go back to an earlier time and get younger, you're actually going back to what is called a contrafactual past. That is, you're going back to a past that could have been the past that you actually experienced, that got you to the place where you have been when you first entered the time machine.
Does that mean then, if you went back, let's say 10 years, that what was actually happening 10 years ago wouldn't necessarily be happening when you arrived in the machine?
When you go back 10 years in the machine and come out of the machine 10 years younger,
you might be in a different reality?
You would be a different person, younger, certainly. You would definitely be younger. You would see your skin would be less, grungy.
So I see application for this already. I mean,
but
everything else is
you would not necessarily would go back. Let's say, for example, you have cancer.
Okay.
And you decide to go back in time to the pre-cancerous stage.
Yes.
You can go back to a time where you're healthier and actually prevent yourself from getting cancer because you would go to a place where you avoided whatever circumstances, such as breathing in asbestos or something of that sort of thing, that was acting in a causal manner towards you getting cancer. So you could do something like that. You could use it as a kind of a healing technique.
But, okay, so again, just so I understand, the physical movement would be possible. By the way, would just the person or the thing move in time, or would the machine...
The thing would just sit there.
Or would the machine itself physically be transported?
No. The way it's been thought about is you have to build you have to get some really dense matter. I mean, I'm talking really super dense. And you'd have to build a hollowed out sphere. You have to sit inside that sphere.
Yes.
And in that sphere, time is, because of the huge gravitational field actually it's a constant gravitational potential in the whole thing. There's no field inside because it's just a gravitational potential, which means it's like you're high up on a mountaintop, but you're not falling. So you're at a high gravitational potential compared to the ground, but you're not since you're not falling. There's no gravitational field pulling on you. You're just staying at the same level, more or less. Do you follow what I'm saying?
No.
Well,
in other words, what I guess I'm going to ask again. You would be transported into the past 10 years. You would be
you would
10 years
you would sit
younger.
in this thing and you transport. You would get younger.
You would get younger, and you would open the door and walk out.
Out younger.
walk out younger and into a potentially completely different world. You would have no...
The world you walk out of, see, the people outside the sphere will just be saying, what's going on inside the sphere? What's Fred doing in there?
Yeah.
And you could be in there for 10 minutes and come out 10 years younger. And people will look at you and say, well, gee whiz, he's really changed. And they would have been 10 minutes older.
They would only be 10 minutes older.
If you were in for 10 minutes, during that 10 minutes you went back in time 10 years.
Wait. I do have to grasp this. You go back 10 years.
Yeah.
So you're 10 years younger, and but when you walk out, you're walking into the current timeline, or
current timeline. Nothing happens outside the machine.
So
everything happens inside.
Okay, so you're telling me you don't actually go back and begin to experience what happened 10 years ago. You just get 10 years younger.
That's different. Now let's talk about what you're experiencing in the machine. As you're traveling back, you're also getting younger and you're losing cognizance, possibly. I'm not sure about this yet. That's got to be worked out. You may be losing cognizance of where you've been. You may actually start not only getting younger, but forgetting where you've come from. That's another possibility. I mean, you're actually you could be wiping out memory.
10 years of memory?
The 10 years, right. You may go back to a so you may, get dumber in a certain sense.
But you would come out in the current timeline.
Yeah, you come out in the current timeline. This is a time displacement machine. It's a time travel of another kind. See, when we talk about time travel,
that's fine. Are you suggesting this technology will be developed before the actual ability to go back in time, or are you saying the ability?
This will be where we're going to start. We're going to be starting there. There's another way, by the way. I mean, I'm just talking about one of the many possibilities that are on the drawing boards right now. This is one of them. There are others that are coming up too that have to do more with quantum computation, and that's it's not like we're going to be sending people back, but we're going to be sending some things actually back in time. Which mean they would disappear from our time in a certain sense.
Disappear, yes, as in
that's like in the time travel movies that you see. We would still be in this time, but it would travel back in time and disappear from our view, so to speak.
And it would pop into
past.
You use 10 years. It would just pop into the midair.
If it would do so, provided there was a portal by which it could emerge in the past. In other words, the time machine would have to have been built 10 years ago in order for this to happen. So if we built the machine now, 10 years into the future from now, somebody could enter the machine and come out now. You follow what I'm saying?
I'm not sure.
Let's say we build a machine.
People frequently say, well, if there's time travel, where are the time travelers, right?
Well, let's not worry about all that's kind of, where that's da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Let's just talk about building a device and what we would do. How would it work?
Okay.
If we build one now, okay, and it's a box or something, and there's a door.
Right.
And we build it, and we open the door, and maybe something's going on, maybe not. But let's say that device is allowed to exist for 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, whatever. Okay, when nobody destroys it. During the time that it's existing, then if it's still existing 1,000 years from now in the future, somebody could enter that device in that year 1,000 years from now and travel back through time to our present time and come out.
So you're saying time travel will be possible from the moment it's invented.
Aha.
And then forward. So as long as the machine is around for 1,000 years, you could travel within that 1,000 years. Actually physically travel within that 1,000 years.
Yes, then you could travel back in time from what would be our future time. But the machine has to be built. So the reason we may not be seeing time travelers right now is that nobody's built one yet.
Nobody's done it yet.
They haven't built one yet. Certainly not on Earth.
But isn't that discouraging from the point of view that if the future is out there to be traveled into, then at some future point, what you're talking about should have already been invented.
This is where you have to begin to use your mind in a way that is foreign to our normal way of thinking.
Help me do that.
I'm going to help you. If we imagine that time is a line, and I'm going straight into the whole basic physics of it. If you imagine time is a line, okay,
yes,
and stretching,
yes,
from here to the future. Imagine that you are outside of that line so that you can scan the whole line. Okay?
Yes.
Now, sitting from your vantage point, there is a future point, and you can see there's the machine.
Like I'm in a helicopter looking down at a road. Now I can see 20 miles, 30 miles in each direction now, all these cars.
Exactly, but you're not looking in space. You're looking into time itself.
Time, all right.
It's a timeline. You're actually looking, like the movie. You're looking into time. And your vantage point is beyond space and time. This is one that drives people nuts because they keep wanting to go into time and be part of time, and then they get confused. So you've got to step out of time for a moment and use your imagination that you're outside of time. This is what we do in relativity theory all the time. This is how we calculate particle collisions. We think like this. This is how physicists think. It's a lot of fun.
All right, I'm imagining I'm outside and I'm looking.
And now so now scan your eye along the line and say, there's the future.
Uh-huh.
There's the machine. It's there. And now you look back to the past, and there it is in the past. And then you go back one day just before that, and it's not there. Because there's one point in the past where it actually got built. Now, imagine that you can move along that line freely with your mind. So let's say you go back to the past just at the time the machine is built. And you look at the machine and say, there it is. But you're in that time zone right now. You're right there with it. And if somebody were to come out of that machine from the future point, you would be quite amazed. Now, let's say we now move you back out of this, back into this free kind of reigning space, and you're looking down to the whole timeline, and now you're in the future. And now you're sitting in the future, and there you are. And you open up the door, and you can even look through the portal and look at the light that's coming from that past.
Right.
And so you can see that light coming up. And if you want to, you can get into it, travel through this device, and come out the door again into the past.
Okay.
So then you have to see it as kind of like like a building, which is a top floor and a bottom floor. You have to think of it that way because there's no other way to makes any sense. Each floor is a different time.
Got it. Okay. Then let's tackle the traditional old problems associated.
Absolutely. That's where the fun comes in.
Well, all right. The old
paradoxes.
Kill your grandma, kill your mom or your dad or whatever.
The old paradoxes. How do we deal with those? Well, in classical thinking, there is no way. There are paradoxes, and that means people just wash their hands up and say it's impossible to travel back in the past because if you go back to the past and you kill your grandfather when he's prepubescent, that means he'll never ever produce any children, which means your mother or your father couldn't get born, and that leaves you out in the cold. You can't get born.
Right. So
grandfather paradox.
Disappear.
How do you do that? Well, this guy David Deutsch came up with a solution that was so ingenious. And he published it, by the way, in several first in the Physical Review, which is a prestigious journal, and he also published it in Scientific American. And by the way, all these references are in my latest book.
Okay.
So people can read more about it and read about it. I explain in a simple language.
Don't worry, we're going to get great plugs in for your book.
Okay, I realize. I just want to let the listener out there know that if he needs more information. Okay. Now, what happens is that Deutsch said, in quantum physics, there are different possibilities. What if we imagine that each possibility is like a different world? In other words, when an object has different possibilities presented to it, it's like it has different worlds presented to it. This is called the parallel universes interpretation of quantum physics.
Okay.
That's a perfectly valid one. In fact, there's no way that you could prove it wrong. It fits very nicely into quantum theory, but it's very weird to your thinking. except for one wonderful thing that it does. It helps you solve time travel paradoxes.
Hold it right there. We're here at the top of the hour. This is great stuff. So in other words, there is a way around these nasty paradoxes. My guest is Professor Fred Alan Wolf. Very pro time travel. Very pro time travel. It's going to be a blast. I believe that Professor Wolf is telling us that, well, paradoxes are not a problem because there are multiple, perhaps even endless numbers of universes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's hitting the nail precisely on its head.
Okay, well, there's a really good nail up there on the website. Either you sent this or you knew it was going to be there or you know it's there. I hope one or the other, right?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen your latest posting.
Oh, you haven't seen this. All right, well, I read it.
I know the double slit experiment, so I can certainly explain it to anybody who's...
Oh, wonderful. All right, well, yes, common sense says it would project 2 slits. Send light through, 2 slits, you get 2 slits on the screen. But you don't, obviously. So why not?
Well, here's the story is maybe even more bizarre than we might even imagine it.
Okay.
Because when we start looking at what actually hits that screen, when we turn the light intensity way, way, way down so that we're really getting very weak light through it,
yes,
we're getting what are called photons, particles of light, little bits of light that
yes,
are traveling.
Yes.
And what's weird is that you turn the crank down and you get 1 photon leaves and it goes through these double slits, and then it hits the screen,
right,
your television screen, and it makes a small spot. And then another one comes and makes a spot, and then another one, and another one. And finally, when you get a billion upon billions of these spots all going through one at a time, then you see this Venetian blind effect. And now you start thinking, huh? How could that be? Why are there spaces? Why are there so many blinds? Why are there spaces where the thing doesn't go? Now you close one of the slits. You close it down. Yeah. And I do the same experiment all over again, and suddenly the Venetian blinds completely disappear. How did you get those Venetian blinds on the screen? Where did all that pattern come from? The only way that makes any sense is to say somehow the fact that there were 2 possibilities for each particle of light to travel from where it started to where it finally ended, the yes, 2 slits in the screen, somehow had an effect upon the way that particle travels.
So you're telling me you don't get that effect if you take one of the slits away?
Absolutely.
Only if it has a choice.
Exactly. Exactly. And if you put more slits in, you get much more complicated patterns, but 2 is enough.
I'm with you. Let's stay with 2. It's hard enough. Yeah. So are you saying then that this photon or this electron,
it could be any on,
any on, it has a choice, and the choice it makes is to do both, or to do even more than both.
How do I get from A to B? Do I go through A? Do I go through slit 1? Do I go through slit 2? Do I go through both slit 1 and slit 2? How do I get from A to B? And if you try to find out how it gets from A to B, and you find that it goes through slit 1 or slit 2, the pattern disappears. But the minute you don't know whether it goes through slit 1 or slit 2, yeah, is you start losing your ability to know that, the pattern starts to appear.
But it's always repeatable, right?
Always repeatable.
Always repeatable. Science loves that. So the decisions then are always the same, or there really isn't a decision. It just, it's going to bump right into this whole quantum thing, right?
This is where this whole thing about probabilities and the parallel universes and parallel worlds and
yes,
interference between one world and another and all that kind of stuff that drives most people a little bit mad, but is a delight to any quantum physicist, because you realize this is really the key to quantum physics. It's what Richard Feynman would say is the only mystery there is.
So then you're telling me what I'm looking at here right now in this simple experiment is in fact proof of other universes.
Yes, and that's exactly what David Deutsch would say. He would say this is not only a proof of other universes, but he would prove that in whatever universe we happen to be in when we make the observation, the effect of the other one is present. Even though we don't see that universe, it's affecting what we do see in this universe.
All right. So if we got to the full time machine to go back into the past, we could we choose, for example, into like the little photon or ton? Could we choose where we went?
In a way, you can. In fact, if you choose to do the kind of paradox that we started talking about at the beginning of the hour,
yes,
we were talking about this grandfather paradox.
Yes.
If you do that and you go back in time and you tell your grandparents, or you get your grandparents not to marry, or whatever you do to them, and they don't, and they really don't get married, then what you've just done is to create a parallel universe in which you're in. And now you've left one universe, literally disappeared from it, and have appeared in the universe where you were born. And you've appeared in the universe where you're not going to be born, and there's no second you there to deal with.
And what would have happened to all your knowledge, the knowledge you had acquired up until that?
In this scenario, you don't lose anything. You're not getting younger. You go back in time and you go counter to the normal time stream that everybody else is following.
All your memories would be intact.
Absolutely.
And you'd be in this new universe where everything was happening perhaps in a very different way.
Well, it might look similar except for one thing. There is no second you there to talk about. There's this great time travel movies where guys go back in time and they meet themselves, and and then there's a thing about what happens if you meet yourself in a parallel universe. Where
this absolutely answers that as well. Obviously, of course you wouldn't be there. You're in a totally different universe.
Yeah, but there are situations. If you like paradoxes, I got a whole flock full of them.
Well, this is a good one because you really would be there with memories of what you had come from.
Exactly.
So if you were in a world where some damn terrorist blew up a bomb, potentially you could escape from that and go to a universe where everything was pretty much the same, except that that didn't happen. Or
That's right. You may be able to even talk the guy out of even building the thing in the first place.
If you, Professor, had that ability, and I'm sure you've given it thought, how could you not have? What would you do? For example, to when would you travel?
Well, I've thought about that a couple of times, and I'm a kind of a strange duck when it comes to when I would travel. See, there's certain time periods that I'm very interested in.
For example?
Well, I'm interested in, for some bizarre reason, just before the Nazis came into power in Germany. I'm very interested in the culture that created the whole idea of the Social Democrats, the National Socialist Party. And I'm interested in that time period because it turns out that this was a time period of the greatest schism in physics that ever could possibly come into being.
Which was?
Quantum physics and classical physics. Determinism and indeterminism. It was a big split because quantum physics said the world's indeterminate, and classical physics says the world is absolutely determined. Mm-hmm. And what we had happening then is Nazi Germany coming into being with almost a rampant, desire to make everything absolutely determined.
That's true.
That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to control everything. The future, the present, and the past, everything. They wanted to control the whole shooting match. And at the same time, during that strong desire to control everything, suddenly there's this birth of this whole indeterminate world, which is shocking to physicists, but yet is responsible for nearly every great technological tool that we presently are using in today's world. Quantum physics makes the computer possible. It makes television the way we see television now possible, not the old television sets. It makes I don't even know. there isn't anything I can think of where we're not using quantum physics as part of your automobile. You can't even drive your automobile if it wasn't for quantum physics, because the technology used for all the kinds of things that your automobile does, such as, spark plugs and all that kind of stuff, and timing and all that. How many times have you had the timing chain change in your current cars? Remember we used timing chains? They don't use those anymore because they use computers to do all that kind of stuff. All that comes about through quantum physics. So there's, we can just go on and on and on. I mean, photoelectric affected cameras, TV, deep space communication, modern photography, modern digital photography. How about DVDs and CDs? Not possible without quantum physics. How about lasers and laser surgery? How about all of that? All of these remarkable, wonderful inventions that we just take for granted today.
All really quantum?
All quantum physics. All quantum physics. Nothing would work without quantum physics.
All right.
It's in the core of it.
I thought that we were sort of on the cusp at the beginning only of not only understanding but manipulating things at a quantum level. Isn't that true?
We are at the cusp of getting down to individual atomic events, and what we're finding as we manipulate down at that level is some more surprises that we didn't expect. The kinds of things we did at the quantum level when we came to designing chips and microchips and classical computers and all that kind of stuff, we didn't have to control individuals. We had to control large amounts of in very refined kind of, what we call dope silicon and stuff like that. We had to get down in there, and the technology was very refined, clean rooms. Everything had to be done in spotless things and spotless ways. And that technology didn't require individual atomic control. But now, in order to build quantum computers, we're beginning to look at control of individual little groups of atoms, 2 or 3 or 4 of them at a time.
Yes.
So we're going into a whole other technology, and this whole other technology means that our thinking has to even go deeper and more into the quantum nature of reality. And that is introducing some surprising new insights into the relationship of the mind to these devices that we're building. And this is where I'm very excited, because I think we're beginning to now really get on the brink of, remember hell?
Yes.
Do you remember 2001?
Yes.
We're getting on the brink of making a hell. Artificial intelligence now, with the understanding of quantum computers and how they work, is really going to be where there's going to be this huge break, where there's going to be actually a guy in that machine that's going to talk to you.
How close do you think we are to what we classically understand as, in fact, what's the definition of artificial intelligence?
I would use what has been popularly called the test that was designed by the guy that first came up with artificial intelligence definitions. I can't think of his name right now.
Doesn't matter. What was the test?
But the test was, if you can ask a device certain questions, and if the answers that the device gave you were such that you could not tell from those answers whether you were speaking to a machine or to a human being,
yes,
then the thing is artificially intelligent. It's a test.
Well, if that's true, if that is the measure, then...
But now we don't... Now anybody with any degree of intelligence could actually come across a device like that.
But I've
ask questions.
Actually, on the internet, Professor, I've really seen software.
Yes.
That frankly, if you didn't know, if you were set up for it correctly, you would not know that you're talking to a computer, that a computer is giving you answers or responding to you.
Even the search engines have kind of our artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Exactly.
I'm not denying any of that. That's all classical computation.
Well, then define more finely that.
Because you can ask more refined questions, and it wouldn't be able to answer. At a certain point, it would say, that does not compute.
Okay, so then you're saying once we get a machine which cannot be stumped.
That's yeah. In the same way that I ask you questions and you respond to me in surprising ways, I can't predict what you're going to say. And the computer would have to respond in similar ways, in such a way that there would be a novelty or
novelty.
Yeah, there'd be something really novel about it. Now we're getting, some people. This is debatable, by the way. This whole point is very debatable, and the AI people are really up in arms with us quantum computer guys. Because we're talking about you need quantum physics to really make something AI. And these guys are saying, no, you don't. You need, like Stephen Wolfram's invention of the pattern recognition machines and things which follow simple rules to make very complex patterns. And I say, yeah, that's all true. But who's recognizing the patterns? The machine isn't.
So, really refined. How far away are we from what you would consider real artificial intelligence? Are we there now?
No,
we're not there now. How far away are we?
I would say that we're within 5 years within 5 years of when the first practical quantum computer gets built.
My.
We will have artificial intelligence 5 years after that. But first we have to get a quantum computer up and running. And these are very, very non-robust type of guys. They're very unstable. The environment can quickly shake them up in such a way that their outputs are practically useless. We have to find some way to stabilize quantum computers to make them more robust, to stand up to the toils and troubles of thermal environments and things of that sort.
And you think we could be within 5 years of that?
From the time we get to one of those working, I think the artificial intelligent device is within 5 years of that, yes. But first the quantum computer, then the true AI.
Well, all right, then let me rephrase. How far from a viable quantum computer do you imagine we might be?
My guess is 10 to 20 years from now.
10 to 20 years.
And that may be, it may be a lot faster, because I think we've gotten up to five quantum units, what are called qubits. We've gotten up to 5 by now. Maybe we've gotten even a little further. And some people are claiming we may be getting up to 10 pretty soon, and some even more. By the way, alongside of this, there's a whole other set of stuff that comes in. It's right out of Star Trek.
All right, good. Hold it right there, right out of Star Trek. Yes, I can imagine so, actually, when you consider it. The first quantum computer, 15, 20 years. Then AI, 5 years later. Wow. Once again, Professor Fred Alan Wolf and Professor, I want to stick with AI for a second, since it could be 15, 20, 25 years, perhaps at the most, ahead of us. I really wonder about the wisdom involved of the creation of something that might be smarter than we are. We call it a machine, call it an entity, it doesn't matter. If you create something that is smarter than we are, is there a big danger?
Well, that is a wonderful question. What about the danger of creating something smarter? Well, we face that danger every time we have a kid, don't we?
Well,
the kids,
yes.
Kids sometimes are smarter than we are. So parents are saying, wait a minute, I'm probably smarter than my parents were, mainly because I had maybe a better education they have, or maybe because I just got the best of both of them. Sure, we're going to be confronting machines that are smarter than us, because if they work properly, they're probably going to do things that we can't even do. Ray Kurzweil is even worried about that.
Might not like.
What?
Or might not like.
Yeah, or might not like, right. So there's going to be the problem of, the typical types of problems we have. One has to do with control and all that sort of stuff, and manipulation, and the Isaac Asimov iRobot scenario.
The first law being no harm to humans,
no harm
right?
to humans, exactly. So there's all this ethical stuff, by the way, is happening now. It's not just artificial intelligence. We're running into the same problems with the bioethics of artificial children.
Okay, well, here's the thing. In my mind, I can imagine an artificial form of consciousness or machine which gets control of a great deal of our world in the modern, connected, ever more connected world. This living computer gets control of everything, more or less. Stick with me for a second here. It's firmly implanted, deeply implanted, with the concept you mentioned from science fiction, but, it sounds logical. There shall be no harm to man. It's number one, most important directive, no harm to man. Okay, let's say a machine like that existed right now. Well, gee, it might look at the bigger picture, perhaps a bigger picture than we intended, since it's a smarter device than we are. And it might take a gander at its sensors telling it the North Pole is melting and the Antarctic is breaking off and also more or less disintegrating. These are really major things going on in the world. North Pole melting, South Pole dilapidating. And this machine might look at that and take its number one directive and do something, well, that just wouldn't please us at all. For our own good and safety. What about that?
Anything's possible, but let me, certainly this scenario, nightmare scenarios are definitely within the mainstream, and boy, Hollywood writers out there, pay attention to what Art's saying. But listen to this. As we move into this next period of technology, as we begin to understand what it means to have artificial intelligence, we're going to be beginning to look at what I might call the mechanics of self, or self-organizational abilities. And we're going to be looking at what's involved in that. Now, if what I am discovering from the work that I've done over the last 40 years in quantum physics and time with shamans in various parts of the world and some of the spiritual teachings that I've been reading about, if that makes any sense to me, and I think it does, if it makes any sense to anybody else, and I think it will, you're going to find that there's a spiritual basis that also, and this may sound even farther out to people that are just technocrats, there's a spiritual basis to this whole thing. It's not just going to be them versus us. It's going to be a new vision of what we are.
I think, Professor, that I agree with you. And so my question would be, when do you think that science, physics, as it were, hardcore physics, is going to meet up with metaphysics? At some point, if what you're saying is true, the two are going to discover each other.
It's happening now, Art. As far as I can tell, it's happening now. The reason I'm saying this is the fact that the current trend in physics today, in papers today, is leading into a more abstract, less material-based worldview than was even conceivable 20 years ago. There are Nobel laureates in physics today who made remarkable discoveries in electroweak theory, people like Sheldon Glashow, and that have confessed that these new ways of thinking that are being developed today, we call it string theory or membrane theory. There's many different languages for it.
Right.
These guys are confessing, we don't understand what you new physicists are doing. You're coming up with ideas that have no experimental verification ability at all. And yet, they seem to be providing a basis for what we call reality. As we peer into that more deeply, and we begin to try to unite all the fields, we're going to find that, this is my prediction, this is what I see happening, we're going to find there's one part of the equation that's missing, which is called consciousness. and this is where, I see is inevitable. I'm not the only one thinking this way. There are a number of physicists that are thinking like this. Roger Penrose, who's written a number of books about this, thinks this way. Brian Josephson, Nobel laureate, thinks this way. Even Stephen Hawking is beginning to think a little bit more about information and its respectful place in the physics community.
Professor, there's work going on at Princeton, right? Yes. Consciousness work.
There has been. I'm not sure what's going on right now. I haven't kept up.
Whatever. Anyway, they had or have computers scattered around the globe they call eggs that report back to Mama Computer at Princeton, and they've discovered this correlation between world events like 9/11 and these sudden spikes in non-random activity of these so-called eggs, computers planted in different physical locations. And that would seem to me a place where physics and science and metaphysics are colliding and discovering each other, perhaps.
Well, there's certainly some indication that if you get something complex enough, it begins to exhibit some of the elements of what we would call conscious behavior. So that fits in very well with many of the current biodiversity type guys, the evolutionary biologists, that if things are complex enough, then they will begin to show intelligence. I'm saying there's something more that's still needed here, that's not enough. There's something else that's needed, and that is the ability to form pictures that we call selves. Like I see myself as Fred Allen Wolf talking to Art Bell. Why isn't it just one man, one voice, one person, one entity, including all the listeners on millions of out there? Why aren't we just one mind? Well, if we are just one mind, how do we get these different separate egos, selves that arise? To me, that is an interesting question that's not immediately obvious. It was taken to be immediately obvious until we began looking at quantum physics and began realizing that the assumption of there being separate minds is really fraught with a number of paradoxes that cannot be explained until you begin to look at the idea of one mind which projects itself as separate minds rather than separate minds which have no relationship with each other at all.
Wait a minute. One mind that projects itself as many millions, even billions of separate minds?
Yes, but they're all like reflections of the one mind.
Is that like the concept of God?
It is getting there. We're getting close.
I remember, Professor, maybe you'll consider this elegant or maybe just trash. I don't know. But somebody came on the program a few years ago and just almost put me to my knees by saying that, what God did was blow himself up. We were talking about the Big Bang.
Yes.
And God, in effect, blew himself up. Or perhaps you could, after listening to your words a few moments ago, it sort of sounds similar in a way. God, instead of one mind, created all of these supposedly separate minds, but it's all one God mind.
Yes. Now, that's close. Now, I'm going to be as presumptuous as I can possibly be and speak for God for a moment and say, what did I as God do? First of all, I exist in a timeless, spaceless, matterless realm of non-being, non-existence, non-material, neither sun nor moon, neither star nor planet. I exist in this realm with basically nothing to do. But I'm there, and I'm conscious, and I'm going to be this way for all eternity. As far as I can tell, there is no time for me to even measure eternity. It's constant. Everything is constant now for me. And I create something. And in that creation, it's a huge explosion. It's the most chaotic, violent event, as one of your listeners was talking about before. You can even imagine the Big Bang.
So you did this out of what we would call loneliness.
Loneliness, boredom, whatever you want to call it, I don't know. Desire, the first inkling to make something like this happen. We can speculate about that all we want, but what's important to me is the mechanisms that start to result as a result of this desire or this loneliness that arises. The Big Bang is a violent, terribly violent thing. And if it left to its own devices and its own quantum mechanics and everything else, it would just continue to expand into all these possibilities with nothing ever really reaching any fruition at all. No actual matter would even appear. Nothing. It would all be probability clouds. But suddenly, or at times, or constantly, I'm going to enter into this game and I'm going to nudge. I'm going to nudge this. I'm going to, tinker with it as it goes on, just like a good quantum physicist would do in a laboratory. I'm going to tinker with this thing. And
that sounds like Q from Star Trek, tinkering.
It is Q. It's Q from the start. It's Q from the word go. I'm going to tinker with this thing, and in tinkering with this thing, suddenly things are going to start structurized. That is, electrons are going to appear. Oh, now we're getting protons. We're getting quarks coalescing. We're getting strings coalescing into quarks. We're getting particles, and now electrons and protons are beginning to form hydrogen atoms, and the electron, in order to form a hydrogen atom with a proton, has to go into a quantum cloud of possibility. And now we're getting to form helium atoms, and now helium and hydrogen are beginning to, squeeze together under their own self-gravitating space-time distorting mechanisms, which are already inherent in the Big Bang itself, and they're producing stellar materials, which we call stars or suns. And some of them are big, and some of them are small. Some of them live for a short time. Some of them live a long time.
Sounds a lot more complicated than Let There Be Light.
Oh, boy. And yes, not only is it complicated, but there's no way that you can explain any of that based upon any common sense understanding of the laws of the evolution of the universe. It ain't mechanical,
and
my friend.
Sure enough, everybody you ask about that 1 second before the Big Bang, well, they just sit there mostly, right?
Right. Well, there's nothing you can say. And I'm going to say that nothing, and, people may want to argue about it. That's good. We can get people thinking about what's going on before the Big Bang. We're now beginning to look at things from a timeless, spaceless, unoriginated, unformed, unborn form, which is the place that I believe consciousness really resides.
Anyway,
we're still there.
Yeah, anyway, Professor, you're saying there had to be an original and, add lonely, consciousness.
Absolutely.
Or there could be many of them.
That's where we get into trouble. You see, when we start looking at many of them,
yes,
we come into certain kinds of conflicts which come about because of the disagreements which result from these things. Of course, there are disagreements. Don't get me wrong. But there's no basis for any kind of agreement at all. In fact, there is conflicts about what is really an observation or a non-observation when you have multiple realities. This was pointed out, by the way, in a series of papers by Schrödinger, the guy who originally founded quantum theory and the basic mathematics for it, and one of his students, Ludwig Bass. And he showed in a very, very interesting logical argument that there couldn't be more than one mind. There had to be just one mind, because if there was more than one mind, certain kinds of paradoxes would result that are unresolvable by logic. They're just logically impossible. And I'm not going to take time to go through it on the radio.
Professor, does that make God possible and Lucifer not?
No, it makes both God and Lucifer both possible.
But Lucifer could only have been a creation of the original consciousness.
In the same, once you start forming this material world, and once consciousness gets to be part of it, there's tendencies which develop, which are called reflective or self-organizational. And once that begins to happen, then the self-organizational pattern begins to recognize itself as a thing separate from God. And that's where the great fall, that's the great Christian myth, that's where all that stuff comes from.
But again, it's all from a single consciousness.
Right. And that's where the devil comes about. That's where all this evil and goods comes in. It starts to happen during this phase of what the Christians call the Great Fall. It comes about in this kind of phase, and it makes perfect sense to me because that the only way that you can really make conscious can enter into it. The only way God can play with this stuff is He's got to get involved in it. He, she, whatever you want to call God, she can't remain outside of what she's created. She has to get involved in it. And getting involved in it means tinkering with it, and in getting involved in it means becoming it as well.
Well, let's talk about an instant of particular involvement. Earlier in the program, I asked you where you would like to go or when you would like to go, and you mentioned the formation of the Nazi movement. For me, I would want to go and see the birth, life, and crucifixion of Jesus. That would have been a moment of quite a bit of mixing it up, huh?
Well, I didn't say I wouldn't want to go there. I'm just saying where would I want to go first? See, the point is recent history interests me more from the point of view that as we go further back in time, we don't really the past is so fuzzy. You talk about the future being undetermined. Believe me, the past is far more undetermined than the future is. We know more about what's going to happen in the future than we ever are going to know what happened back.
But if you could confirm the life and
that would be interesting.
Death and resurrection of Jesus, then you'd be answering the big question about the single consciousness.
I think I'd want to spend some time with the Buddha, by the way. I would spend time in
with
India
Buddha
first.
too. All right. Professor Wolf, hold on. When we come back, we're going to open up the phone lines. Is this interesting or what? I'm Art Bell in the middle of the darkness, which is where we do this kind of work. You may not completely know who you're listening to tonight, so this might help you out a little bit. Ever heard of a movie called What the Bleep Do We Know? Yes, you have. Early this year, a unique independent film called What the Bleep Do We Know began popping up in limited theaters across country, and a funny thing happened. It was sold out. I mean, it stayed there and stayed there and stayed there because it just kept selling out because people were telling each other about it, just going berserk. It was all about this award-winning actress, Marlee Matlin, Children of a Lesser God, West Wing, so forth, finds herself in a fantastic Alice in Wonderland experience when her uninspired life explodes, unravels, revealing the uncertain world of quantum field hidden behind what we consider to be our normal waking reality. Now, this is pretty wild stuff, and one of the scientists interviewed in this movie is our guest tonight. Right, Doctor?
That is correct.
So, how did you get involved with this film?
Well, the producers and the director were, believe it or not, fans of mine. I've written 11 books. I've been doing this for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And they had heard me lecture several times in the Pacific Northwest. In fact, I was given a special invitation to speak before the mystery school that was run by this woman who comes out as a guided spirit called Ramtha, a man, a warrior from the past.
Yes.
Whether that's real or not is debatable, but it's besides the point because the wisdom is there. And the producers were all students of Ramtha, and they heard me. And my books at that time was Space, Time, and Beyond and Taking the Quantum Leap, and as my new books came out, were all being used by her students. Since they contacted me, having been in her class several years later after Bill Arntz, the producer, had made some money in the computer business and decided to make this movie. And so I was one of the several that they first contacted. In fact, several of the people that are in the movie were there because I recommended to them that they should get these other people.
Many times you have a concept of, what a movie is going to be because perhaps, I wrote a book that became the inspiration for a movie along with Whitley Strieber. So I've been there, done that. And my question is, how did your concept of what it might be and the reality of it when you saw it, did they collide or?
Not at all. In fact, it was an amazing synchronicity of a confluence of thought. It was almost like a proof of the one mind. I was really flabbergasted by the way the filmmakers put this film together, because all the different scientists and the mystics and the people that appear in the film that are commenting on what's happening in the movie to Amanda, played by Marlee Matlin, her life story and the story of the universe. It's as if there was one voice speaking through many different bodies. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of fun. I'm kind of a fun kind of a guy. I mean, I like to, joke and have fun, and so that came through in the movie. And the other guys maybe were a little more serious, but even that was important because it set a whole kind of tenure for the movie. And people that see the movie come away having had a spiritual, deep feeling experience. It certainly gets you thinking, but it really gets you it gets you in the heart.
Well, there's a giant buzz about it. I mean, just gigantic. So, congratulations on being part of it, or even the genesis, perhaps, of it. What part did you like best?
Funny thing is, I like me best. I didn't realize that was so funny. I mean, I really did. I'm only half kidding. I really did like the way it came up. But there was a certain part of the movie that I found was really fascinating, and that's where the shaman on the island pokes Marlee in the head with his finger to awaken her, for her to see what's going on in her life. And having been with shamans in Peru, all I can really say is that the film carefully but very visually showed what it's like to go through an awakening process. I still get chills when I see that part. I also liked when Amanda, Marlee Matlin, gets in the basketball court with young Reggie. That's the Robert Bailey Jr., who's a wonderful little actor. Quite fun to watch. And Reggie, playing with basketballs, takes Amanda into the quantum physics world using parallel universes idea, and shows her how consciousness makes a choice. I thought this bit of animation was really quite superb.
Wow. Well, again, there's a giant buzz about it. I'm hearing from everybody about this, so it must really be something, and I've got to see it. I have yet to do it, and I would love to, so I will find a way. Now, this is a wild question for you, but if there is a single mind projecting all of these other billions of minds that are on this world and perhaps others, if the world should do the very worst and blow itself up, and its existence, if we were to end our existence in the reality of multiple, even endless universes, would it matter?
What, from the point of view of what we might call Krishna or God consciousness, it would matter, because, you don't like to see something that you put a lot of heart and mind and soul into it go down the tubes.
Right.
But it's just one of many worlds, many possibilities, and there are others.
But that would be a possibility, or do you think that the single mind would intervene, as it is, I think you've suggested, capable of doing?
Well, it is capable of doing, of nudging. It's what I call the great nudge, the great cosmic nudge. It's more of a nudge than it is, I'm going to take my hammer and I'm going to hit you in the head if you don't do the right thing. And it's a different kind of action. And it necessarily seems to have to be that way. We can get nudged by the great consciousness of God or the great spirit, but we can't really ask this great spirit to hit us over the head, to hit the bad guys over the head, because who's bad and who's good constantly changes. Even though right now we're in the midst of this, fear and terrorists and all that kind of stuff, all that picture could change. And I remind people that, during the height of World War II, there were a lot of atrocities going on, and we were accusing people of being the bad guys there, and now, the so-called bad guys are our dearest allies. I mean, so, things change, and so we have to be very careful about how we throw around good and evil and absolute evil and absolute good, because those things really don't exist. And so I would say, give this world a chance. We're still going through this whole recognition of this new technology, this new spiritual movement, and I'm optimistic in spite of the fact that we're having these troubles right now.
I know you are. All right. First time caller line.
Hello?
Turn off your radio. That's number one. You're on the air with Dr. Fred Allen Wolf. I'm Art Bell. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Just fine, sir. What's up?
I wanted to comment on your the one mind versus
yes,
and the multiple minds, I suppose, here on Earth. One idea that I've contemplated is that this one mind that you speak of. I mean, there's many spiritual traditions. There's many names for it, and to simplify it, in my mind, would be to call it the creation.
Okay.
And perhaps we are created because creation cannot know itself.
Oh, that's interesting. There is a very interesting point. That perhaps creation cannot know itself. So we are in search of the unknowable, ultimately, Professor?
Well, that is a thought. And as you said, what are the driving factors, the desire that the one mind would have? And one of them certainly is what the listener is pointing to, is the idea of self-recognition. I need a mirror. I need some matter to see myself, and that all of these different minds and consciousness what we see around the planet and maybe around the whole universe are reflections of that one mind, so God can see himself or see herself or see itself.
Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Professor Wolf. Hello.
Hi, I just have a question about the time machine. If we assume that the time machine, once invented, lasts 1,000 years, like you said, and time travel could only exist within that 1,000-year period, in the exact moment we realize that the time machine is working, when someone from the future, should they pop out of the time machine with like a bunch of upgrades for our machine? Therefore, the first test that the time machine works would simply be just opening the door to see if someone's sitting there, right?
Yeah, I've got it. Professor? What about
that? Open a door, somebody there. Because the whole idea of the time machine is it stretches the notion of time being just the immediate now.
I mean, that'd be like Bill Gates stepping out of the capsule with, I don't know, Service Pack 2 before the platform even comes out.
Kind of. But again, when we look at those paradoxes, I want to tell you that I don't care. You can think of as many as you want to. I guarantee that with parallel universes, there's a way to resolve even the most, like the knowledge paradox we're hinting at right now. All these paradoxes are totally resolvable.
So then you really could have Bill Gates stepping out saying, okay, here's Service Pack 2. Well, what
Absolutely.
the hell is that? Well, you're going to need it. Trust me. Hold on to it.
Yeah. Why not?
Well, it could set up a universe where that occurred.
In this universe, that we won't have Service Pack 2 operating. The universe it came from, he did.
I could say so many things. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Fred Allen Wolf. Hello?
Yes, sir. Hello, Art. This is Keith in Hamilton, Ontario.
Yes, Keith.
I got a question and a comment. It touches a little bit of what the past caller said, but I don't think time travel is possible because if it was, it's not being done right now. What I mean is, let's say if it was created 15 to 20 years from now, that person should travel back to this period in time right now and say, hey, look, I just come back from, again, this 15, 20-year loop, and say, here it is. This is the exact technology. This is what I used. Welcome to it.
There's one problem. We don't have a time machine here right now.
But if it was created,
the whole point is you can't travel back in time to a point where the time machine doesn't exist.
Okay.
So God in the future can't come back to now if we don't have a time machine now.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say also, as my comment, be a perfect opportunity for the perfect crime or robbery.
Yeah. What I'm trying to point out to you, I hear you very well, is that all these really bizarre paradoxes that your mind is going to come up with, which tells you time travel is impossible, read how it's possible before you dismiss their impossibility. Read what physicists are saying about it, and you can read me, you can read David Deutsch, you can read the Scientific American, you can read any different number of sources before you dismiss all of the problems that I'm sure your creative mind is going to come up with, because it is possible.
All right, but what he just said is sort of interesting. If the actual physical travel to the past, or even perhaps the future, could be done, then he just really said a mouthful. I mean, look what he'd do with it. Maybe.
What would he do?
Some sort of crime. I mean, it popped into his little mind right away, and he just poured it out to us. We'll go and we'll get some inside stock information, or we'll go back and take a whole bunch of cash or diamonds.
And indeed, he will enter a parallel world different from the world he left. The price you pay of committing a crime that didn't exist in the past before is that you get split off from the universe you came from. You leave it, you're gone.
And maybe the cosmic justice would be, if Rod Serling lives on, that the universe in which he arrives, well, hell, there's diamonds littering the whole Earth.
That's another possibility. But just consider, I mean, look, all you writers of science fiction out there, here's a beauty for you. You decide to commit a perfect crime, and you go back in time to do it. And what happens is you get caught in that universe. You can't get back to the original one you came from. Right. And in that universe, there are criminals galore doing the same dumb things you just did. And it's so bad that, people are shooting to kill each other, and you're miserable, even though you've still got all the money in the world. You're the most miserable SOB you can imagine.
Yes.
Poetic justice.
Well, do you think there is poetic justice?
I do. I'm convinced that
you're such an optimist.
I'm more of an optimist than I am a pessimist. I always have been. It's just my nature.
Well, you're fun. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Wolf. Hello.
Yes, Art. You took the wind out of my sails, and I don't know how you did it.
Try and sail on, sir.
Yeah, well, for 15 minutes, I was thinking of the question to ask when you came back on the air to Dr. Wolf about our parallel universes, and if one blew up, how would it affect the other?
Yes.
And I was sneaking a listen, and I heard you say it, and I couldn't believe it. So does that mean I'm in a parallel universe listening to you?
Well, I'm not sure, but in honor of you, sir, I will, again, I don't know, sort of engage that question a little bit. Professor, when I said that, there are many people who think that, in fact, this parallel universe thing is true, and there are other parallel universes where the quantum science that we're now pursuing is already a done deal, and that perhaps if we harmed ourselves in some way, we would harm some or change some other reality, and there are those in that reality now who might be concerned about that, and they might travel here to try and stop some catastrophic event that would affect them.
Yes. I've written a scenario like that in an earlier book called Parallel Universes that I wrote, which has some more on time travel. So if you want to read more about that, about such kinds of scenarios, I've kind of looked into them as many as I can imagine, and I haven't been able yet to find one that I can't get myself out of.
Well, in this new quantum world, though, couldn't there be that? Couldn't there be an effect from one universe to the next, since quantum seems to involve the concept of one thing being in two places at one time?
That's very interesting. You could indeed go to another universe where you find yourself.
Exactly.
And you can create paradoxical situations as a result of where is your consciousness at the moment. And those are interesting to contemplate. But there's actually no paradox. You can actually, when you do this kind of traveling, you actually form a nested set of parallel universes in which there's an alternate. They alternate in the universes where there's only one you with the universes where there are two yous, and you can find a whole logical sequence in which you and you are going along smoothly in one universe, and in half of those universes, and you by yourself are going along smoothly in the others. What happens, however, is in all the universes where you are as a single entity, when you time travel and go backwards in time to the other universes where you meet yourself again. There's two of you then. In those universes, the universes you've left, you no longer are in.
Got it. Hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. From the high deserts at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, Dr. Fred Alan Wolf. Dr. Wolf, your two books, Taking the Quantum Leap and The Yoga of Time Travel, both available, I presume, Amazon.com, bookstores, that kind of thing?
Actually, there's 11 of them, and about 6 or 7 of them are still available at Amazon.com. Some of them have gone out of print, but yes, the Taking the Quantum Leap is still available. The Yoga of Time Travel is available. Mind into Matter is available. Matter into Feeling is. Just go to my website.
Your favorite book so far?
So far, I'm liking my latest book, The Yoga of Time Travel. It's the most fun I've had with this. So
it's always the latest, anyway.
It's always the latest, yeah.
I have a hard question for you.
Yeah.
If time travel becomes possible, and maybe I better qualify it. Are you imagining that one day time travel into the past, into a time prior to the invention of time travel, will that ever be possible or no?
That's a good question.
That's why I asked it.
And I'm not really sure of this answer right now. It seems to me we're going to need a machine back there, and that's the current thinking.
Gotcha.
Kip Thorne thinks so. Hawking thinks so. I mean, I'm kind of leaning on these guys because these are the real experts in this thing, and they believe we're going to have something back there, like a wormhole back there or something like that.
It's wonderful that you answered the question that way. Otherwise, had you affirmed we could have done that, I would have asked you. And you can still choose to answer it, or now you don't have to at all. If you were to go back to the time of Christ and to observe for yourself the passion of the Christ, would you return disappointed or with your faith forever indelibly in place?
Well, my faith would be more indelibly in place to not witness anything as horrific as the movie, The Passion of the Christ.
Yes,
that was horrible.
Yes, horrible as that was, though.
But to actually spend time with a spiritual master of any ilk at any time, to me, would be very heartening. And I don't care if he's alive today or not. I mean, spiritual masters are not that easy to come by. And so when you have time to spend with them, it's very worth your while. I'm planning to go to India next year because there's one spiritual master that I'd like to spend some time with. And I've been in India 4 times. And when I have been in his temples, I felt a presence which I can only explain as being one of a high devoted spiritual master. And there are a lot of those guys in India, so that's the place to go.
All right. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Professor Wolf. Good morning.
Hey, this is Joe in Michigan.
Hey, Joe.
All right. My basic question revolves around the fact that everything is moving in the universe. The Earth is moving around the sun's moving around the galaxy is moving around other galaxies. How, when you travel time, do you get sent back to the right place? And what I mean by that is
I know what you mean. We can stop right there. It is a wonderful question, and I pondered that myself. I mean, to travel in time means you travel space. The Earth continues along, so don't you pop back into the vacuum?
Well, you see, the whole thing is that you've got to begin to start thinking about alternate realities. Not only do you go to a different place, you literally go to a different universe. So the question of place becomes almost moot in this case because you're really in another universe. There's no way to travel back, from the way I understand it, you cannot go back in time unless you go to another universe.
Perhaps mute as well. I mean, who knows? It might not even be sound. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Wolf. Hello.
Yes, sir. When Einstein developed his mass-energy equation, he threw out the negative one. Could he have been the father of quantum mechanics if he could have recognized that this was the coupled photons or matter and antimatter? And for that matter, if you look out at a galaxy, can you tell whether the solid bodies are regular matter or antimatter?
Well, hold on. Did Einstein throw out the negative?
Well, it kind of depends on how you look at that. The basic equation has squares in it, so you might say there's the possibility of negative appearance. So in that sense, you could say maybe he did throw it out. But there's a little bit more to it than that. It's not quite that simple. It really is Dirac, Paul Adrian Maurice Dirac, who in solving the quantum mechanics of the things that Einstein discovered, realized that he couldn't throw out the negative mass solution.
Okay, there you are. Caller, what was the second question?
If you look out at a galaxy, can you tell whether the solid bodies are matter or antimatter?
Not at first sight, because antimatter and matter behave identically until you bring them together.
Right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Wolf. Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, this is my most favorite thing. I have two comments to make and then a question.
Yeah.
Art, the first time we talked years ago was regarding light and time and a dream that I had asked God to tell me how we can live forever. And he said he's light, and because there's no time in light, then we can be there. And since then, and this is my question for you, Doctor, have you heard of the Strong's Concordance for the study of the Hebrew? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm waiting for you to finish that.
There are Hebrew scriptures which, ma'am, say what?
Well, one is that in Ecclesiastes it talks about the silver cord, and you hit the nail on the head, because in translating each number of each word, God says that he is the self-existent eternal Jah, and there's two of them. There's this one and then another one I want to share because he explains how UFOs move. And this one is...
Let's stick with this one.
Okay, that an eternity of time and space, that God says he is an eternity of space and time, and from a crossing place, desired inherited company.
Yes. All right. Well, that's right down your alley, Professor, right?
Yeah, well, yes, what's interesting about the caller's comment is that the number of mythologies, I'll call them mythologies, not in a pejorative sense, the number of mythologies of spiritual practices that have similar myths or similar stories, whether we're talking about the great god Krishna and his and in the Bhagavad Gita, or Brahma, the great god Brahma, or whether we're talking about our great god Jehovah, whatever one we're talking about, there's the general understanding that this god is beyond space and time, and it comes from a timeless, spaceless realm, and is itself all time or eternity. And then the question is, what is it like to be eternity? And eternity means it's perennial now.
All right. International line, you're on the air with Professor Wolf. Good morning.
Yes, it's an honor to be on your show.
Glad to have you, sir. You're going to have to yell at us. You're not too loud.
Oh, okay, I'm very sorry.
All right.
I had a question for Dr. Wolf.
Yes.
It was in regards to his metaphor with the time being a string.
Uh-huh.
And I wondered if the genetic code was ever destroyed, if it in fact is a loop, if we would not be here, because the genomic helix...
I'm listening to you. I'm just waiting for you to finish.
Okay, yep. The genomic helix is the biological string of the previous metaphor. And about the double-slitted experiment with the particles reacting with each other,
right.
My question was, is that relative to the double helix or the twin helix of our genome?
Huh.
Okay, let me answer real quickly. No, it's not, and actually the particles don't interact with each other. That's what makes the double slit even more miraculous. They go through one at a time. There's no interaction between the particles. They land one at a time. It's only the pattern you see built up which tells you that the different possibilities are interfering with each other.
Do they arrive as nearly as we can measure or determine exactly simultaneously, Professor?
One particle leaves, one particle arrives. That's it. The question is, how does it get there? And the answer is, it travels via both paths to get there.
Yeah, that's incredible. All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Professor Wolf. Hi.
Yes, thanks, Art, for taking my call.
You bet.
This is Paul from Salt Lake. You know, the one thing with time travel, what got me motivated to call was the proton going down the two slots.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's saying that, it's sort of evidence of possibly other dimensions or
yes.
Other universes. My aspect in looking at the whole subject is, light, that proton, let's say a galaxy 12 billion light years away, it's traveling that far to reach our telescopes today. So, apparently, the photon of light, is packing a lot of energy to travel that far a distance in time. Not only that, it's racing against the universe that is expanding. It's a pretty powerful thing. Now, if you want to look at it in the aspect of the slots, you could be dealing with, they say most of the energy in the universe we can't see, like dark energy or dark matter. Well, it's possible. It's all around us. And light is using that energy that we can't see or detect to keep that proton traveling through space. So when it burrows its way, say, to the right channel in your test, it's used up that energy for that proton of light to travel effectively through the first hole that it gets to. And the second proton following right on its heels is all of a sudden with a choice of sort of that dead zone where that first photon of light is burrowed through the energy field, it decides to choose the other side. So hence you start getting this pattern, of the shades like he was talking about. So, that's just my comment on that whole subject.
Professor?
Well, what I'd like you to do, caller, is to do a little more reading and actually, just hearing it over the telephone or hearing it over the radio doesn't quite give you the whole picture. You got to really spend a little time reading about this, because if once you do, you see that some of the things you're talking about don't really make sense in terms of what's experimentally observed. It doesn't quite work that way that you're imagining. It's not one slit or the other. It's not like that. It's really each particle going through both slits at the same time.
And that's hard enough to wrap your brain around.
And that's something you have to spend some time with to really see what the heck that means.
Exactly. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Professor Wolf. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
This is Gloria calling from Salt Lake City.
Gloria.
I have admired you, Dr. Wolf, for so long a time, and it's a pleasure to talk with you. I have a question. I had a very powerful experience some years ago where I became a holograph. Unexpectedly, it was an experience I can't quite explain. But through the experience, I became aware that my consciousness was creating reality on a screen of energy before my eyes, and my eyes seemed to work as a holographic beam or a set of beams. And I perceived from that reality not only is coming out of perception, or my mind is part of that creative process, but that consensus was formed by a series of isocubes, which is what I was called, and was aware that everyone is holographic as well. So I wanted to ask you about that within the context of what you're saying. I've always felt that the body, in a sense, was the pattern of a larger reality. It's the mirror image of science that we talk about often. But that the body with its trillion cells, one cell in many, is really a pattern, as I perceive maybe the universe is.
Well, I think there's some evidence that what you're saying is true. one of the books I wrote, called Mind and Matter, I take that pattern up seriously in terms of what the ancient alchemists used to talk about. They would say not only as above, so below. They would also say as within, so without. Mm-hmm. So that the processes that we see taking place within our body are also processes that we can see taking place universally if we look at them a certain way. And so there is some truth to this. And the idea of the holographic being is one that is also not only just thought of metaphysically, but currently physicists are looking seriously at the idea of a holographic universe.
Well, while you would say that science and the metaphysical are already meeting right now, how far ahead, Professor, do you think it will be before it'll be what we call a incontrovertible head-on collision?
It's not going to be a collision. It's going to be when you are trying to get on a freeway. If you try to get on a freeway without an on-ramp, you're in trouble.
Well,
it ain't going to be there's going to be an on-ramp. You're going to get on, and you're just going to flow right into the traffic, and that's what's happening. There's a confluence going on, not a collision. And from what I've seen happen in the last, I'm been on the planet now for a while. What I've seen happen in the years that I've seen go by is that the confluence is rapidly flowing faster, and so I expect to see full confluence within 5 to 10 years.
Quickening, perhaps.
It's definitely quickening.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Wolf. Hello.
Hi. I wanted to touch on something that you were talking about the new movie, What the Bleep Do We Know?
Uh-huh.
And you called it an awakening, and that is something that I've experienced twice in my life, where basically something was said to me once in a dream, and then I remembered that same thing once outside a dream. It basically shook me loose from this reality and made me suddenly look around and see everything for exactly what it was. And, I mean, it was an expansion. It was an awakening. It was, how could I not know this?
Yes. Did it last?
And no, it didn't last.
Right.
My mind clamped down on it and said, you can't have that.
Right. No, I'm with you all the way, Professor.
And I was right back here. But what it's left me with was this certain knowledge that we are more than we think we are.
Gotcha. No, gotcha all the way, sir. Hold on. Professor?
I'm in total agreement. It looks like the three of us have had these experiences. It sounds like you've had one too, Art.
I have.
I've had them several times. In fact, for a while I was having them so often that they became a whole hum.
I can't even imagine that. I've had
I know.
Perhaps one.
That's what's so remarkable about consciousness. I mean, you could take any experience, the first time you have it, it's, wow, great. But if it keeps repeating after a while, you think, wow, this is the way it is.
Hard to imagine it would ever get old.
I know. That's what's so remarkable about consciousness. It actually does.
Well, this is some reality that you've laid out for us. And I guess that's how you think of all of this, right? As reality? I don't know what other word to use. When I said collision, I meant, eventually, as we move forward in this timeline, there is going to be that moment where science is going to confirm something that was previously so metaphysical that people chuckled their tail ends off about it. And that's going to be a kind of a collision, right?
Well, we can call it that if you like to, but to me, collision has a kind of a violent overtone to it. And, of course, we physicists like to collide things together. That's what we do.
You do, don't you? All right, my friend, listen, thank you so much for being here. I hope your books I guess I don't have to hope. They are selling like crazy and will increasingly sell at a quickening rate. Professor, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Art, for having me on the show. I really enjoyed it.
We'll have you back. Good night, my friend.
Good night.
And for the rest of you, see you tomorrow night.
Caller line, you are on the air. As it pans overhead the stars in the whole...
Because that's what the program's going to be about. You're going to want to stay tuned for that. Some sad news, sorry to say. Colonel Philip Corso, the day after Roswell, Colonel Philip Corso has suffered a massive heart attack. It occurred Tuesday, June 9th. Originally, they thought he suffered about 90% heart damage. However, after about 5 days, he now rests in a simply serious condition. somewhat stable. And I talked to his family earlier today. They confirmed the fact that he did have a heart attack, is now in the hospital, and if we all pray, may be out in 5 days if all goes well. So I thought you should know that. WBPA-AM in Elkhorn City, Kentucky. Hello there in Kentucky, and welcome to the program. WPKE in Pikeville, Kentucky as well. G2 in Kentucky. Welcome to Dreamland. Glad to have you along. So that's the lineup for tonight. Shortly we begin. All right, now from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, investigator into crop circles, animal mutilations, producer of environmental films that have won awards, a general science reporter for us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here is Linda Moulton Howe. Linda, hi.
Hi, Art. I'm very sorry to hear about Colonel Corso, and may we all pray that he does recover. On Monday this past week, June 8th, people on the island of Madagascar in the Indian Ocean reported a flying column of grasshoppers at least 7 miles long. Wow. Yeah, it was the largest swarm of these flying insects there in more than 50 years. The government is trying to help farmers protect rice and other crops. Another record breaker is the global climate. Recently, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration told the Clinton administration at a White House meeting that not only was 1997 the warmest year on record, but that global temperatures in the first 5 months of 1998 have been unprecedented. NOAA Administrator James Baker told Vice President Al Gore and other scientists and reporters that global warming could be making the impact of El Niños more severe and could explain why the past 6 months have set temperature records worldwide. Baker said, quote, "This wetter and warmer winter that we've just experienced gives us a glimpse of what we can expect in a greenhouse gas, globally warmed world," unquote. And now there is a cooling trend in the Pacific known as La Niña, the opposite of El Niño, which could also mean increases in rainfall on the West Coast in coming months. Another environmental contaminant, toxic chemicals such as PCBs, have been measured in high quantities in the fatty tissue of seals in the Barents Sea above Norway, and in even higher concentrations in the polar bears who eat those seals. And this month, the Times of London newspaper reported that scientists at the Norwegian Polar Institute have found polar bear cubs with both male and female sex organs that might be linked to increased toxic chemical waste in the Arctic waters. Russia, for example, has reportedly continued to produce PCBs for its electrical transformer manufacturing and those industrial waste runoffs into the sea waters. Friday, I talked with Dr. Andrew DeRocher, a Canadian zoologist studying the Arctic polar bears, who found what he calls, quote, pseudo-hermaphroditic cubs. He uses pseudo because technically a hermaphroditic condition means that both male and female genitalia are fully functioning. But in the female cubs so far, the male genitalia are not. Dr. DeRocher.
Well, basically what we have is we have normal or fairly normal female genitalia, and what we have is an expression of a male genitalia right in front of the female genitalia. So we have a female vagina with a very small penis in front of them, basically. Mm-hmm. And so what these findings were basically found during the course of a long-term population monitoring and ecology study.
Which started what year?
Well, it goes back, it has a long history of the Polar Institute, polar bear research starting in about 1970. But my involvement with it has been for the last 3 years now here in Norway.
And when were the first hermaphroditic polar bears discovered?
That was in 1996, and we were alerted to that when we were doing some standard capture work, and we caught sibling yearlings, 1-year-old cubs that were still with their mother. And we do a standard check of the sex on the cubs, and we rolled them over, and it was quite clear that there was something wrong with the first one, and I rolled over the second one, and it was quite clear that it was exactly the same as the sibling.
Meaning that it had this small penis as well as the vaginal opening.
That's correct, yes.
And when you say it was clear that something was wrong, what did you mean?
Well, I've been working on polar bears for almost 14, 15 years now, and I had not ever seen anything like this before. Mm-hmm. I can recall one instance in the Canadian Arctic seeing something a little bit abnormal, but certainly when I was quite alerted to it when I realized that it was two siblings that had exactly the same sort of abnormality. Mm-hmm. And so that's when we started to think a bit more closely about following or checking the females that we captured a little bit more closely for abnormalities. And I guess now we have 7 females that we've captured in the last 3 years that have shown some sort of abnormality.
How and why could this be happening?
Well, the big difficulty we've got is that we're not really sure why we're seeing these sorts of abnormalities. We have 2 sort of hypotheses. One is that this is fairly natural occurrence in mammals in general, and these type of disorders are found in humans, in laboratory animals, and domestic animals.
What are the conditions in which this can arise in nature in other situations?
Well, there's an effect called a Free-Martin effect, and this would be the sort of situation where you may have a litter of puppies, let's say, and maybe you have 5 male puppies and 1 female puppy, and when they're inside the mother, what you can get is some hormone flow from the male puppies into the females, into the single female in this example. And what happens is then the female can start to show some masculine traits. Mm-hmm.
And that's an in-uterine condition.
That's correct, yes. And that's called a Free-Martin effect. Now, the other way that this can happen is that if you have perhaps a tumor in the mother, so we can have maybe an adrenal or an ovarian tumor. And what happens is you can get excessive androgen secretion, so too much of the male hormones coming across to a female that's in utero.
Do either of these hypotheses seem to apply, however, to these polar bears?
Well, it's hard to say. We don't know what we're looking at here. We don't have a lot of information yet on the bears. The third real hypothesis is that we could be looking at hormone disruption that's induced by toxic chemicals. Mm-hmm. And that one has some credence as well as the other 2 because we're talking about the polar bears in the Barents Sea, Svalbard area, and these bears have higher levels of PCBs, these polychlorinated biphenyls. They're a toxic chemical. And these bears in the Svalbard area have higher levels than anywhere else in the Arctic. And we have some indication that these toxic chemicals are having effects on other elements of the bear's physiology. So it's quite possible that it could be affecting the hormones during the development of bears. So that is one of our concerns.
Yes, one of the quotes in the article is that researchers have been trying to determine if links exist between manufactured chemicals and sexual deformities and diseases in humans. Such a link could explain why the sperm counts of men in industrialized countries have fallen in the last 5 decades. Could you comment on that?
Well, I'm not an endocrinologist, and I'm not really an ecotoxicologist either. My specialty is population ecology. So I would prefer not to comment on things outside of my expertise, really.
Do you think that that's a viable hypothesis, however, that chemical and toxic pollution could be affecting not only polar bears but human males?
I believe it's a workable hypothesis. I think there's some very good data to indicate that toxic chemicals in general are influencing the sexual and functional development of humans in general. I think that evidence is getting quite clear. And certainly the link, if it's in wildlife, then it's certainly in humans. And certain populations of humans in the world right now are quite dependent on wild populations for food sources, and certainly those populations of humans are at quite high risk for interference from these sorts of pollutants.
Because they're eating the meat that is affected in the animals they're eating by all the PCBs and pollutants.
Exactly, yes, exactly. And so, there is some great concerns, particularly in the Arctic, for some of the people that are quite heavily reliant on marine mammal populations.
And have you found the same kinds of sexual characteristic changes in other creatures in the sea besides the polar bears?
There's not a lot of information on wild populations relative to this type of effect, so it's a little bit hard to tell. Right now we're into a state where we're trying to collect information from other researchers around the pole, trying to find out what they're seeing relative to their polar bear populations that they're studying.
Well, the polar bear is quite a ways up the food chain, so that would suggest that the PCBs entering the polar bear are coming from what it's eating, correct?
Their major food sources are 3 different species of seals. They eat ring seals, bearded seals, and harp seals, or Greenland seals. Mm-hmm. So what happens is, yes, you're correct that the toxic chemicals are moving up through the food chain, and through a process of what we call biomagnification, the polar bears are certainly at the top of the peak of the hill, basically, and are collecting all these toxic chemicals. Now, the problem with a lot of these things like these PCBs, they are what we call lipophilic, meaning that they love fat or that they attach themselves to fat molecules. And what's particularly hard on polar bears is that when they catch a ring seal or a bearded seal, these animals can contain up to 30 to 50% of their body weight as fat, this thick blubber layer. And when a polar bear catches a seal, it usually eats just the fat off of the seal. So what happens is there's this really steep jump between ringed and bearded seals, which are feeding lower down in the food chain. All of a sudden you jump into polar bears, which are eating these highly polluted fat tissues.
Now, in terms of how this would work in the biology of the bear, they take in the PCBs and it's affecting their entire system. Why would it specifically affect the sexual physiognomy of the bear?
Well, we're not really clear on why these particular defects have been found. We're not drawing a link necessarily directly to toxic chemicals. It's just one hypothesis. But, I mean, sexual differentiation is a finely controlled hormonal issue. So by just changing hormonal concentration slightly, it's a very sensitive area of development. And similar changes have been seen in other species of fish where you can change the sexual characteristics of sex by changing hormone concentration. So it's likely that we're seeing much more changes, and many more changes in the polar bears than just in sort of the external anatomy. We believe that we know there are physiological changes in the bears in response to these chemicals. We're seeing changes in circulating hormone levels. We're seeing changes in vitamin levels. And we also have some pretty strong indications of impaired immune function in some of the polar bears as well.
And what is the next step? You're going to keep linking now with other scientists, and what is your outline for the next several months?
Well, what we're doing now is actually our major research focus is not actually on these sort of anatomical traits relative to toxic chemicals, but we're entering into more directed studies on the immune system function in polar bears. And here what our particular concern is these sorts of abnormalities. It appears that the females can still reproduce and have young. So that doesn't seem to be a problem as we know it now. So, but what our concern is that perhaps these PCBs are affecting the immune system. So basically, if an animal's immune system is impaired, what can happen is a disease that they would maybe be exposed to normally, they all of a sudden become extremely vulnerable to. So it's a little bit like not being able to fight off the common cold all of a sudden. So these bears may be able to succumb to diseases that they'd normally be able to fight off. And so that's our more immediate concern, is how the immune system of these bears is functioning under this sort of in this type of environment of toxic chemicals.
If there was an immune problem and the polar bears did begin to die of diseases that otherwise they could have fought off with a healthy immune system, and the polar bear population became smaller and smaller, what else might happen as a consequence of the decline of polar bears?
Because it's at the top of the food chain, it's unlikely that we'd see any large extinction ripple through the food chain. It may be just that you just get an area that doesn't have polar bears anymore. And for myself, having worked in the Arctic for a long time, I can't really imagine that it would feel like the Arctic anymore without polar bears.
So, Art, everywhere we turn, the world is reminding us that we are changing it.
Linda, I have a story that I would like you to follow with the one that you just did in mind. Last week, circulating on the Internet, Matt Drudge, as a matter of fact, had a story on it. There was on a site that monitors nuclear detonations.
Right.
An 8.4 reported. Now, I don't know whether you heard about that or not.
I did, and I went to that site.
Okay, it probably is a false report, and the scientists who recorded it sent back information that said that they thought that it was a miscalibration error.
Yes.
But one more thing, Linda. There's a follow-up that is on the Internet today indicating that Europe, including France and a whole swath of Europe, experienced 1 or 2 days of intense radiation, about 1,000 times above normal.
All right, I will get into that more. I tried actually to access that site that was supposed to be the originator, and there was like a firewall up. You could not get through, and it was mysterious, and that's what I heard too, that it was an error. But if there has been radiation reported, that does change this whole story for
Yes,
us.
it does. Anyway, Linda, how do people get hold of you?
Yeah, please fax me at area code 215-491-9842. That's 215-491-9842 about important environmental issues and stories in your area or unusual phenomena. And for listeners who have been asking me about the availability of my book, Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 1, which has all the color photos and illustrations that goes with my new book, Volume 2, you can also fax that same number to get information. And the new book is out in bookstores everywhere, so I look forward to people's comments on either of those books as well.
All right, Linda. See you next week, and thanks a million.
Thank you.
Take care. From the high desert, this is Dreamland. It is Dreamland, and in a moment we're going to be talking about something that has a great interest for me. I've talked a lot about it. And tonight my guest is going to be Steve Jacobson. Steve Jacobson is going to be talking about mind control. And we're going to at least investigate the possibility that some of what's been going on with our children is perhaps intended to be going on. He'll be up next. All right, I want to say this one more time, and I'm sure I kind of caught Linda by surprise. But once again, floating around the Internet last week, or actually the week before, I believe. No, last week it was there. Matt Drudge picked up on it, and it was everywhere, that a site that normally monitors nuclear testing recorded an 8.4, and I think it was in Siberia, somewhere in Russia. And about an 8.4, and that was, we had everybody checking on it. Jim Birkeland, everybody, and then I saw a message indicating the scientists who responded finally to some email on that website said, well, there was a calibration error. And so I dismissed it pretty much at that point. Earlier today, I read that radiation levels in France and some other countries across Europe had, during a 2-day period, risen about 1,000 times above normal. And then the light bulb went on, and I connected the two. And I'm not saying that anything has happened, but I am now beginning to be somewhat suspicious that some sort of test has been conducted or an accident has occurred. And all I ask is that you bear that in mind over the next several weeks, and don't be surprised if we suddenly hear about some accident. At any rate, Stephen Jacobson, a graduate of the Boston University School of Communications and creator of the audio series Mind Control in America, spent 13 years in the filmmaking business and witnessed firsthand the effects from the other side of the camera. Stephen was given access to private study conducted to determine the best way to program and deprogram the mind. And here he is. Stephen, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to be with you.
Stephen, somebody the other day sent me a list of school killings over the past, I can't recall how long, a few years, and it was several pages long. And of course, including the most recent horrible occurrence in Oregon that I'm sure you're well aware of.
Yes.
And I just sat there staring at the list, and I have several times talked about this on the air on my other program. And I'm telling you, I'm extremely suspicious. I know something has changed with our young people. Now, crime for adults is down a bit. For young people, it's through the roof. This school shooting business has gone nuts. And so I'm not prepared to say what it is because I don't know. I just know that it's not the normal stuff that people talk about. It's not television in general. I mean, when I'm going to be 53 years old later this month, and I saw lots of people die on TV. Lots of them when I was young. As a matter of fact, if anything, it was cleaner dying than we get today. You know, you shot them and they just fell down. You didn't see blood and guts. So I tend to think it's not normal TV. People say parenting, well, it's changed, but I don't think that's the reason. I have a feeling that you think you might know why.
Well, I think before the evening is out, that your listeners will have a clear indication of some of the factors that are involved in this epidemic of headlines about children killing children.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that what we are seeing is the symptom and result of a scientifically induced nervous breakdown as a nation, collectively. In other words, when we see incidents like this that are not natural, children killing children, even children killing themselves, this is not something that is supposed to happen. And there's a reason why it is happening, and there are some factors involved that center around the mind control issue. Now, you've mentioned briefly my background in communications. When I was working in film, I worked in a number of different capacities, but primarily as a film editor. And working as an editor, it was easy to see how simple it is to change the meaning of an event or change the meaning of what someone says through the simple process of editing, either by cutting out a statement or adding a reaction shot and thus silently comment on what is being said or what is being shown.
Well, Stephen, I've been interviewed by about every major network and media, you know, every major newspaper in America. And so I can, and TV station, I can vouch for what you're saying. They can make an interview, believe me, into any damn thing they want it to be.
That is correct, and that's where the problem lies. We're both aware, and many of your listeners, I'm sure, are aware of how manipulative and plastic the medium is. And that gives us a hint at what one of the major problems is. We are living in a virtual reality. We're living in a reality that has been manufactured. We are the most manipulated and controlled society in history, primarily because of all the programming and conditioning that we all undergo through both the mass media and public education. Now, many of you are probably familiar with George Orwell's famous book, 1984, in which he warned that people were in danger of losing their freedom of mind without being aware of it while it was happening, because of psychological, emotional, and intellectual manipulation. In other words, mind control. Now, how I got involved in investigating this whole issue, I think is a good place to start the discussion. I was working in media, and back in 1980, I was given the results of private research investigating hypnosis. Mm-hmm. And it was as a result of getting that material, studying it, that I saw the implications of the all-encompassing impact that media has on us, including myself. And I even though I was working in media, I didn't fully appreciate it until I received this material. And that led to my eventually leaving New York City, where I was working at the time, and leaving the career that I was pursuing to investigate this whole issue of mind control and mental manipulation. I began first with an investigation of the use of hypnotic techniques in media, and then branched out into a wider investigation to understand the context in which it was being used. And that research, that investigation, led to the production of 2 audio cassettes, the first 2 in a series on the subject. The first one was titled Mind Control in America, which is a summary of the mind control issue. It defines the principles involved, how it works, and we'll get into that in a moment, how it works. It describes the different techniques that are used in the media and gives examples for the listener to hear so that the listener has a frame of reference from which to recognize these techniques when they observe them being used. Most people are not aware of the things that affect them subconsciously. Generally, people are not looking for those kinds of things unless those things are pointed out to them. They don't know what to look for. And that's why this particular audio cassette, to give people that information. And then it places the whole issue into historical perspective. The companion tape, also about mind control, deals with it from the aspect of money and economics, how the mind control issue impacts on money and economics. The idea is that psychological warfare and economic warfare work together, and they are both being waged against us, and we are feeling the pressure of it. And when we are seeing headlines of children killing children, these are simply the symptoms, the effects of a much wider problem, and that is one of psychological warfare that we have been under for a good number of years.
All right, Stephen, let's get specific. Are you suggesting, and we'll get to motivations and all of that later, but are you suggesting that there is an overall a coordinated effort to produce this result, and you said the result was scientifically induced a nervous breakdown?
That is exactly what I am suggesting, that these things do not happen by accident, that this is not happening by accident, that there is a design behind it all, and that it is meant to lead us to a particular in a particular direction.
Okay, well, it begs a million questions.
Sure does.
First of all, what the hell are we talking about? Are we talking about subliminal messaging that's occurring?
Part of it. That's part of it.
Now, there's laws against that, you know.
No, they're not.
No, there's not?
No, they're not. I know that that strikes you perhaps as odd because you are under the assumption that there were laws protecting us from subliminal messages.
You're right. I'm under that impression.
A lot of people are, and you are only responding to the conditioning the way it has been applied to many people. Many people are supposed to think that there are laws against it. There aren't. In fact, the January issue of the magazine Civilization, which is the official publication of the Library of Congress.
Yes.
They have a story in there admitting that the use of subliminal messages is an everyday common phenomenon. It's been going on for a long time, and no one is bringing it to the attention of the public. Except now,
okay, let's go back.
Where do you want it right now?
Let's do it. Let's go back in time a little bit. I remember when I was young, during those times when I was paying attention to what was going on the screen at a drive-in theater, which was only a very small portion of the time, actually, that occasionally one would get a craving for one of their mustard-smothered hot dogs. and that there was subliminal messaging going on back then.
Right.
In order to get you to purchase a product.
That is correct. In fact, this whole story broke in the 1950s, around 1956, 57.
Yep.
And that the famous example is the flashing of ads in a movie theater. The messages were hungry, eat popcorn, and drink Coca-Cola.
Right.
And as a result, sales increased for both of those items.
Right. Oh, absolutely correct. But then it was my understanding there was a specific law passed against that, and you're telling me that's not true?
Not true. And in fact, at that same time, there was a big brouhaha over this whole issue. Congress got involved, different state legislatures, because people were upset, and rightly so, because their minds were being tampered with. Here was research being done and applied, and I refer to Vance Packett's famous book back then in 1957, The Hidden Persuaders, in which he revealed that American industry was researching the technology and of subliminal perception so that they could motivate people to buy their products. Well, the implications of that are very far-reaching, because the ultimate control over people is to control them without their conscious awareness.
Of course.
And here is subliminal technology being used and messages being used to do exactly that, and people got upset, and that's why there were laws, legislation considered by Congress, considered by several state legislatures, but as things died down, nothing happened.
All right, let me stop you again and ask you a specific question. Are there laws concerning the broadcast, and when I say broadcast, I mean public airwaves, the broadcast of subliminal messaging by or regulation by the Federal Communication Commission?
There's nothing.
Nothing?
There's nothing protecting
Nothing?
it. And even if there were, it would be well near impossible to police, because by its very nature, a subliminal message, we are not supposed to be able to consciously see or hear a subliminal message. And unless it's on film, you can physically examine a piece of film. But on videotape, you got a problem. You're going to have to go through it frame for frame, and it's going to be very time-consuming to try to locate all of the...
Well, you're really blowing my mind. I was absolutely certain about this law, or at least regulation business, and you're saying there's nothing.
No, there's nothing.
Wow.
So, like anything else, the public's attention is directed towards something else, and then something else becomes a priority. And in the case of a law protecting us from subliminal messages, it was replaced by some other concern at the time.
All right. What do we know, as a next question, about how effective subliminal messaging is?
Okay, let me ask you this. You ever buy something and later on wonder, why did you buy it? All right.
Well,
here's
but
another one. Many of your listeners may be able to relate to this.
But Stephen, I'm an impulsive buyer, so how would I know?
Well, gee, that's the conditioning. That's the programming, to be impulsive, but to be impulsive with a preference for a particular product or a particular idea.
Uh-huh.
Now, in the case of ideas, this carries over into other areas, not just products, selling products.
Well, Stephen, I have absolute preferences about the products I buy. There's no question about it, but I would like to think they're my own.
Well, yes, wouldn't we all? The very idea that our thoughts may not be our own is a very unsettling idea that most people would not even want to contemplate at all.
That's for doggone sure.
But by giving it some consideration, we can shed some light on some of the problems that we face today, and by looking at it dispassionately, we can gain information that we need to deal better with the world as we find it, and with situations that are going to arise as time goes on. But this idea of having a preference for a product, or even sometimes if you have ever said something or done something and then later on wondered, well, why did I say that? Why did I do that?
Oh, yes.
All these things are very likely
the result of a conditioned response being built up in us. Now, the goal for any propagandist or any advertiser is to build into us, into our minds, a conditioned response that that is favorable to their particular message. How this is done, the first order of business is to create the circumstances that are going to induce a favorable state of mind for the message. Now, that state of mind is the hypnotic state of mind.
Well, how do you induce that?
Real easy.
In the course of either a commercial or a program?
Real easy. Using television as the example. Television, think about it. Whenever you have observed young children sitting in front of a TV set,
yes,
or even older adults,
yes,
they have this glassy-eyed, vacant look in their eyes.
Transfixed, yes.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
And that is because they are in a trance state. Television. It doesn't matter what you're watching. It's the nature of the medium. Television induces a hypnotic trance in the viewer. It doesn't matter what you're watching. This is a physiological response to television.
This is a physiological response, period. You're not suggesting that the content itself is endeavoring to specifically put you in a
that's
trance.
later. That's later, because there are techniques that do that. I will get to that.
Okay, well, I'll give you that. I mean, you sit in front of TV and you are absorbed.
That's right. You're fixated and in a trance state. And now, this state of mind, the hypnotic state of mind, is a very natural state. We go in and out of this throughout the day.
Okay.
The quickest and simplest way to define it would be as a twilight state of mind. Just like when we are drifting off to sleep at night or just waking in the morning, there is no conscious mental activity going on. The mind is a blank slate.
All right, but Stephen, here's where I want you to delineate something for me. I more or less get in the same state when I sit down and read an engrossing book.
Yes.
Describe the difference to me.
There's no difference, because all hypnosis is focused attention.
Right.
You're focusing the attention of one of the five senses. In the case of media or reading, using the sense of sight or sense of hearing as well when you're talking about television. So the whole point, even a hypnotist, the whole point is using language and his voice as a mechanism to create triggers of sound, to get his subject to lock on to the sound and the sing-song pattern of his voice, so that the mind goes into this trance state, this blank state where there is no conscious mental activity going on.
All right. We are at the top of the hour, so you've got several minutes to relax. Go ahead and relax, and I will certainly accept what you have said. That sitting in front of a television or reading or doing any concentrated work will cause you to go into a kind of a trance state and a very receptive state in general terms. And we'll pick up on it when we get back. I'm Art Bell. This is Dreamland. That's me. And I've always thought my thoughts were my own. Haven't you? But I'm willing to entertain the possibility that they're not, and so should you. And that is exactly what we're talking about. My guest is Stephen Jacobson, and the subject is mind control. And you have to at least entertain the possibility that you've been influenced, and that's what we're talking about. It's fascinating stuff. We'll get right back to them. Listen, a quick programming note for the first time on radio that I'm aware of. Tomorrow night, 2 Hopi elders are going to join us. One of them may speak English, the other does not. There will be a translator. As far as I know, it is the first time that anything of this sort has been done. That'll be 11 o'clock Pacific on Coast. Well, all right, back now to Stephen Jacobson. We have had explained, and I certainly acknowledge, that when we watch television, we go into kind of a trance state. We become, in essence, more suggestible. That much established, Stephen. Welcome back.
Yes. It would be good for your listeners to understand how television does this because it's the very nature of the medium.
Okay.
The picture, although it appears to be stationary, it is actually flickering. We don't see the flickering consciously, but subconsciously the repeating pattern, the visual pattern pulsing, induces the trance state. Now, you may have seen this, a visual representation of this, because sometimes in movies in the background there is a television set on, and you'll see these black roll bars going up and down.
That's right. What you're talking about is 30 frames per second.
Yes. But it is the pulsing that induces the trance state, regardless of what we're watching. Now, there are techniques that are used to deepen that state of mind, deepen the hypnotic state of mind.
Okay.
From commercials, flashing words, flashing numbers, like prices flashing on and off the screen. Any repeating visual pattern is going to capture the attention of the eye to focus on that repetition so that it clears the mind of all thought, producing a state of mind very similar to daydreaming, but it is the hypnotic state of mind where we are the most susceptible to programming and more highly suggestible than at any other time. And that's
for example, Stephen, are you talking about where you'll watch a commercial and the product's there and the price, $14.95, is flashing on and off, on and off, on and off to get your attention?
That's right.
Okay.
That deepens the state. Any repeating pattern is going to do that. Smoke, any camera movement, any repeating pattern movement is going to do it, visual or audio. You notice in news broadcasting there are a number of techniques being used that are add to the this hypnotic induction. You have with the newscaster. In many newscasts, you have the repeating musical phrase that leads into the newscast itself.
Right.
Repeating pattern. You have repeating graphics very often.
Right.
So these simply deepen the trance state the television automatically produces. The speech pattern of a newscaster is very similar to the patterned speech of a hypnotist. Now, it doesn't matter whether a newscaster be black, white, Oriental, Hispanic. With very few exceptions, they all speak pretty much the same way. They have a speech pattern that is associated in the mind of the viewer with the dissemination of true factual information. You have the speech pattern. You have the eye contact that is made between the newscaster looking directly into the camera and into the eyes of the viewer.
Well, you have an authoritative cadence.
That is correct. That is correct. They are authority figures.
Sure.
That's a very important element in programming because people will tend to accept information that comes from an authority figure, someone who they respect, someone who they accept as an authority.
Well, that's why Walter Cronkite, as an example, was so very successful. He was an authoritative figure. He was even a father figure.
That's right. And that reminds me of something that a New York City talk show host, television talk show, Joe Franklin, he had a show for about 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And when he retired, he was on The Tonight Show, and he was asked what was the secret of his longevity on the air.
Mm-hmm.
And what he said was very revealing. He said that the key was sincerity. When you learn how to fake that, you got it made.
When you learn how to fake sincerity, you got it made.
So, in effect, what the message is that it is the appearance that is important,
yes,
and not the substance. And people can be fooled because all these books and programs, self-help programs on how to influence people and make friends, neuro-linguistic programming, all designed to use manipulative means and techniques to influence other people to do as you want them to do. Any good orator, any good politician, any good minister.
All right, but so far, you've described good programming to me. In other words, any television station that does not want a believable, authoritative anchor is out of its mind because that's what you want for the news. In other words, what I'm saying is, so far, I don't see anything deep and dark and evil at work here.
Well, we become very vulnerable and susceptible to misinformation as a result of the techniques that induce the state of mind that would allow us to accept something that may not necessarily be true.
Okay, in other words, if you sit down and you watch Tom Brokaw every night and you really trust Tom Brokaw, and 99% of the time what he has to say is accurate, and he should happen to slip something in that is either not accurate or designed to be manipulative, it gets you.
Sure can. You remember the radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds?
Of course.
Okay, 1938. That famous broadcast, for your listeners who may not be familiar with it, it was H.G. Wells's, War of the Worlds that Orson Welles adapted and dramatized as a news broadcast. It was presented as a news broadcast.
With disclaimers.
With disclaimers.
Which a lot of people didn't hear.
Well, didn't pay attention to.
Yeah.
Because they were locked on to the form of the presentation, and it caused panic where people actually thought that New Jersey was being invaded by Martians.
Yeah. And New Jersey residents eaten.
Yeah.
And then that's true.
And then in 1983, we have the television counterpart. There was a made-for-TV movie called Special Bulletin. This is in 1983. The story was about the detonation of a nuclear device in Charleston, South Carolina, but that fictional story was presented as a newscast, and as a result, because of how it was presented, a lot of people thought it was real, and they started calling the stations that were broadcasting it, carrying it, wanting to know if this was actually something that was happening.
No question about it. If you wanted to accomplish the same thing today, you would start it off with breaking news.
That's right. That's right.
That's true.
You remember when, the whole Monica Lewinsky story hit? It was about a week after the opening of the motion picture Wag the Dog.
Yeah, oh yes.
And Wag the Dog was the story about the president getting involved in a sex scandal and the decision being made to distract the public with a war, but a fictional war played solely on television.
I know. I saw the movie and I followed the scandal.
Okay. The parallels between what was actually happening in that movie are somewhat uncanny because of the amount of time that it takes to prepare a film before it goes into distribution. That you get a question: is it coincidence?
Well, yeah. Why should we not imagine it's coincidence?
Pardon?
Why should we not imagine it was coincidence?
Well, I question it. It could be, but then again, it may not have been, because shortly thereafter, while all this was being given a lot of coverage in the press, and we thought that we might be going to war again with Iraq.
That's right.
On February 20th, which was a Friday, at 1 p.m., Dan Rather broadcast a practice run, a simulation of a news broadcast about the bombing of Baghdad.
No, you're absolutely correct. I mean, the coincidences are tremendous, but following that chain of logic, they just released Deep Impact, and early in July, we get Armageddon, and so I guess then we should be expecting something to come crashing through from space and wipe out some big city somewhere.
Well, not necessarily, but certainly we are being conditioned and programmed to have a particular mindset, and it does add to the stress and tension and anxiety that people feel, and inducing stress, anxiety, and tension in the population is a strategy of psychological warfare. It's as if the squeeze has been put on us, and we pressure upon pressure is heaped on people's shoulders, where people don't have time to do much else other than to work hard to try to make a living, to try to make a living that came more easily 15, 20 years ago. People having to work harder today to make ends meet, and in many households, both spouses have to work just to make one paycheck.
That's true.
That set of circumstances, I contend, has been brought into existence intentionally to put the squeeze on us, because we are being distracted. All of our energy is being used up, and we don't have the time to smell the roses and look around ourselves and to contemplate or to spend time considering what is actually going on around us. When we're all uptight, we're not seeing things as clearly as if we were at peace and calm.
Well, all right. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
The type of movie or the type of television program that you're talking about is one that the American people want. In other words, the ratings of any given show and or its financial success as a motion picture generally determine what the content of movies 6 months from now or a year will be. I'm saying it's driven by what the public is telling the industry by its dollar that it wants to see.
Well, the public can be conditioned to want certain things by the mere repetition of whatever is being presented. This was learned back in the days of radio, where a song could be made popular by virtue of
repetition.
Of the repetition.
No question about it.
Playing.
No question about it. I do it with bumper music all the time.
Right.
It's the hook.
What happened back in December not too long ago, of 97, the example of the television cartoon in Japan that sent 700 people, mostly children, to the hospital.
That's right.
In that instance, in the cartoon, at a particular point, the stroboscopic flashes of light emanating from the eyes of one of the cartoon characters induced epileptic-like seizures in some of the children who were watching the program.
That's correct.
And other children experience nausea, dizziness, fainting spells, and the like.
Yes.
Point being that it is an extreme example, but should serve as a wake-up call for parents in particular, and all of us, illustrating how television literally plugs into our nervous system.
All right. Now, having said all that, you at the beginning of the program made a very provocative statement. You said that it is a scientifically induced nervous breakdown that they're trying to achieve. Now, first of all, who is they?
Well, they are the powers that be. They are the
government.
It's the money is the engine that moves society.
Agreed.
And whether or not we have an honest monetary system or a dishonest system, that is going to determine the direction of all of society's institutions. Now, presently, we are enslaved by a dishonest system. There are only two economic systems. You're either going to have a system of just weights and measures, using a substance as a medium of exchange, a barter system where a barter system is simply exchanging one thing of value for something else of value.
Right.
And for thousands of years, civilization settled upon gold and silver as being the standard money.
That's right.
The other economic system is a credit system.
Correct.
And credit is simply an idea. It's not tangible. It doesn't exist. And that's where the problem lies in that system.
It's all based on faith, really.
It's all based on faith, and it's based, and because of that, it is susceptible to widespread control and manipulation.
All right, then here's just a square-on question for you, Stephen. If it is money that's driving this attempt to produce a scientifically induced nervous breakdown among the general populace or some portion thereof, why would it serve the interests of those who wished income to produce this awful thing in those that it wants to sell to?
Well, it's more than just creating a society of consumers. It's more a matter of creating a controllable society, one that can be manipulated with precision.
Oh, I understand, but I mean, if you manipulate somebody into a nervous breakdown, they're not going to be buying your product.
Oh, no, that is correct. And really, the bottom line of the mind control issue is really a spiritual issue. Everything points towards that. The manifestation in the material world, in the physical world, it shows itself in many different ways. Most noticeably in what's happening with money and what society is using as money. But the mind is the gateway to the soul. That's why there's a mind control issue. And as far as the spiritual aspect of it is concerned, and this is really, the bottom line of the whole problem is that we are first and foremost spiritual beings. We are eternal spiritual beings who find ourselves imprisoned inside a temporary physical body.
Okay.
We're not the physical body. We're the resident inside the body. But our culture and our programming is directed towards encouraging us to misidentify ourselves as the body and to make our decisions based on that mistaken assumption. So that instead of people spending time to inquire why they are here, and what are we, what is the relationship to one another, what is the purpose of life, what objective is to be served here, instead of spending time on that, people are spending the time spinning their wheels trying to make a living.
Okay, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that we are being intentionally programmed away from any consideration of our spiritual selves.
Most definitely.
All right, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. Stephen Jacobson is my guest, and he'll be right back, as will I, from the high desert in an area near Dreamland. This is Dreamland. It is, and my guest is Stephen Jacobson. We're talking about mind control. It's really a fascinating topic, and we're going to get back to him in just a moment. Stephen Jacobson is my guest. Mind control is the subject, and I'd like to possibly clarify something, Stephen. I've got a fax here suggesting that I may have been right about the FCC. It says the FCC authority to regulate subliminal messages is covered by Sections 303 and 317 of the Communications Act. Additionally, Sections 73.1212 of the FCC regulations also address covert advertisements. Now, I don't know that to be the case. That's simply a faxer who said it, but I thought it had been the case regarding the broadcasting of these things. Now, another fax, equally interesting, seems to suggest you could be correct. It says, regarding your guest who believes the media is somehow coordinated in its moral destruction of American society, the evidence does seem to bear him out. But, if it is true, does he believe a spiritual force could be the organizer and the media editors and scriptwriters are the unconscious dupes? Most Americans, including yourself, meaning me, believe the spiritual exists. In the Old Testament, the power of God was manifest in controlling the minds of certain individuals, and in some cases, as in the Hebrew Exodus, entire nations. I'm referring to the mind of the Pharaoh and his subjects. Now get this. In recent history, when the Egyptians virtually had the 6-day war won with their surprise tank invasion of tiny Israel, for some reason, inexplicably and suddenly, the tank commanders were seized with terror and retreated. They could not explain why they did that, and subsequently many or most were executed. So, your comments on either one or both?
That is what that reminds me of is the broadcasting of subliminal messages during the Gulf War that caused Iraqis to surrender en masse. That example comes to mind from what you just that triggered that little piece of information. I don't know if that could be an element there, but certainly it is. The bottom line problem is a spiritual problem, which is designed to keep us from understanding who we are and to prevent us, to thwart us from achieving the objective of our being here, and that is to fulfill the spiritual objective of life, which is to disentangle ourselves from our material consciousness and material conception of life. Everyone is trying to play God in one way or another, to be the master of what they survey, be the master of their world, and that's certainly a problem that we have with the prevailing ruling class that seeks to govern us and manipulate us through controlling the information that we have access to, and by manipulating our mental states.
All right. Well, this first or second faxer said, are the media editors and scriptwriters unconscious dupes of others in what they're doing?
I would say yes. I would say yes, and then I would also say that there are those who do understand what they are doing. It's like in any organization, you have your hierarchy where people know things on a need-to-know basis, so that those who are doing particular tasks don't necessarily know how their job fits into the big picture. Now, one of the problems that we have with the communications industry, and this applies both to information and entertainment, is the consolidation of ownership of the different media, where you have press, publishing, radio, TV, and movies, the ownership being concentrated in fewer and fewer hands.
Absolutely going on like crazy right now.
That is, not only in telecommunications, but in every other area of human endeavor, there is a consolidation going on, and this is extremely dangerous because it allows for the coordination of propaganda. Where back in 1983 there was a study done in a book written titled Media Monopoly by Ben Bedikian, who was, if I recall correctly, he was national editor for the Washington Post and dean of the Graduate School of Journalism at the University of California. When the first edition came out in 1983, he reported that there were 50 major corporations that were controlling most of America's media, and in subsequent updates of that particular book, the numbers went down to 29, to 27, and currently it's about 10 multinational corporations that are controlling not only the information that we have access to, but also the entertainment choices that are made available to us. Now, entertainment is not just entertainment. It is not harmless. It carries ideological content and messages about how society works, about what's right and wrong. And a lot of people, particularly young people, accept unquestioningly the reality that is presented to them by television.
All right, may I stop you for a second? And let me ask you this. Let's consider a large national media outlet. At what level in that large national media outlet would you imagine conscious manipulation would have to be taking place? At what level?
Oh, gee, well, certainly at the highest levels, where it can be coordinated. Let me give you an example. Here's a movie that you could probably rent at Blockbusters. It's titled Agency. That Dr. Wilson Bryan Key was an advisor on the film, and that Dr. Key has written about 4 or 5 books on the use of subliminals, particularly in advertising, but also in other areas. This particular book is about an ad agency that is taken over and being operated by a government intelligence agency. In this particular story, it's the CIA.
Yes.
And Lee Majors plays one of the employees who discovers that subliminal messages are being added to the political advertising. It's during a political year. Well, no one else is aware, except just a handful of people who are actually doing the work. The people at the ad agency don't know, but it is the very head and those who are working with him who are privy to what is going on. So you have that division of knowledge. Those at the very top do understand what the deal is.
So it could be done without the knowledge, for example, I don't know, in a TV show of the actors, or in the case of a radio program like mine, without my knowledge?
Sure, even in the case of, say, music and the use of backward masking and or use of hidden messages, those things can be added without a performing artist being aware of it. Although there are certainly instances of groups, particularly heavy metal groups, groups involved in occultism, that use these techniques intentionally.
Again, I'm going to come back to motivation. You said it's all about money, and I can easily understand that it's all about money. Everything seems to be about money. But what I don't understand is why anybody would want to induce scientifically induce a nervous breakdown in the general population, or even some part of the general population. How would that serve anybody's interest?
Well, this softening up process that we're going through as a nation would facilitate our becoming part of a world government. It would be meant to facilitate that, so that in the case of some of the drastic changes that have occurred in American education, they're designed to create a collective mentality and promote collectivism, socialism amongst by using the young as really guinea pigs for the program.
God, what an insidious thought. How do you prove? How do you prove, Stephen? Let's say that all you're saying is correct. How would you endeavor to begin to prove it?
Oh, that's why the audio cassettes, because I'm not in the business of producing tape after tape. The goal of the project was to produce high-quality educational materials that would give people the information they needed to understand the overall picture. So these first two audio cassettes are the results of more than 10 years' work. They're very tightly scripted and go in a step-by-step fashion to lead the listener through this maze and multifaceted world of mind control.
And we will absolutely give them a chance to get these audio tapes. But here, give me the 101 here. I mean, give me some sense of how you would prove, a short answer if there is one, that this really is going on.
Oh, gee, there is so much documentation available. I've built up a library of literally hundreds and hundreds of books dealing with different aspects of the problem. Here's part of the problem, and it illustrates a primary means by which we are manipulated and controlled, and it's really very basic and very simple, and that is control of information. If we don't have all the information we need on any given subject, then our judgment and decision-making is going to reflect any errors or any omission in our fund of information.
Absolutely.
Now, it illustrates a big problem that we have, and that is we don't have the information we need. There are big holes in our fund of information that prevent us from seeing that big picture. Some pieces to the puzzle are missing intentionally. Now, there is information that is simply not available through established media outlets, and that one has to seek it out. And I when I got involved in this investigation initially, when I got the research materials, there were several books included there that dealt with the quote-unquote conspiracy theory of history. And I went through the bibliography of both of those and began to gather information on different topics simply to see what was out there. The goal is to understand, is to increase understanding, and to be relatively certain that the information is accurate and truthful, and the whole goal is to understand with accuracy. And so this the documentation on different aspects of this, whether it be political or economic, the information is out there. One has to simply seek it out. It does exist. And I'll use one illustration, though, to show how pervasive this control is. And it's very basic. It has to do with money, these pieces of paper that we all carry in our billfold and call money.
Yes.
Our currency looked very different back in 1963. There was a switch done. Our Federal Reserve notes between 1914 and 1963 looked different from what they do now, notwithstanding the changes in design in our currency. On our currency, it said that the United States of America will pay to the bearer on demand X number of dollars. In other words, if it was a bill if it was a $10 bill, it said we'll pay to the bearer on demand $10, which meant that the piece of paper wasn't the $10; it represented $10. Now, a dollar is a unit of measurement for gold and silver coin. If there's no gold and silver coin, then the use of the word dollar is very misleading because it's
it is no longer that.
Right, we're not measuring anything in dollars. We're simply using we're using numbers that represent absolutely nothing. The point is that the only way paper currency is honest is when it is redeemable for something real, something that is represents wealth. In other words, gold or silver. And our Constitution.
Well, wait a minute now. They are not the only things that represent wealth. Things represent wealth. If you go out and exchange that money you're talking about and get a car, then you have made a meaningful exchange.
Sure, but your medium of exchange that you're exchanging wealth for wealth. Now, for thousands of years, gold and silver was used as the medium of exchange. It's the standard.
I'm aware of that.
And even our Constitution mandates that this is what we are supposed to be using.
I'm aware of that argument as well.
Now, the only way the paper currency is honest, or can be honest, is when there's a one-to-one relationship between the paper, which is really a money substitute, and the real money being held in the vault, like the gold and silver. The problem goes back to the Middle Ages.
Well, the problem is also, though, Stephen, the size of our economy. We could not right now back every dollar with an equivalent amount of gold or silver. There is not enough gold or silver to do that.
Well, I've heard that argument too, and the reason why the numbers are so ridiculous is that it wasn't held down to manageable numbers because it's not tied to anything of substance. When we went off the standard of using metal as our standard money, and the paper simply being a money substitute representing the metal. When we went off that...
All right, we're off into an economic constitutional argument, and I'm not exactly sure why it bears on...
Well, it's part of the mind control issue, because unless you get an honest money system, then money is being used as a weapon to destroy society. It's being used to give direction to all of society's institutions, and since we see everything crumbling around us, it is as a result of how money influence is being applied.
Okay, but there's also free will, and I tell you there is free will because a lot of people are able to go out and not indulge credit card companies, not indulge long mortgages. They just don't play that game, and they pay cash. Now, if you do that, you're still getting a fair exchange, and you're not being sucked into what I understand you're talking about.
Well, the reason that money, so-called money, doesn't maintain its value over a period of time, and that its purchasing power goes up and down, and usually down, is because of the dishonesty of this credit system that we've been enslaved with. That's why the gold and silver bullet in the Constitution, the founding fathers had the same experience with paper currency. The problem goes back to the Middle Ages when people would bring their valuables to the goldsmith to have them stored in his vault, and he'd give them a receipt for the gold or silver, whatever was being stored.
Sure.
And the receipt wasn't the money, it was the money substitute. And because it was convenient to use the money substitute instead of carrying around the gold and silver, people began to use the paper receipt as if it were the real money, because they had confidence they could go to the goldsmith and reclaim the real wealth being held on deposit.
I have no argument with the purity of your argument. You are correct.
I'm just getting into what happened.
Okay.
And it illustrates why we have a runaway inflation here and why the dollar doesn't maintain its value.
Inflation is very low right now, Stephen.
Pardon?
It's very low right now.
Yeah, and this is the reason why, this kind of manipulation of its value. The goldsmith, the unscrupulous goldsmith, seeing that very few people would come in and claim the real wealth on deposit, he began issuing receipts for more gold than he had in the vault. And when he created his first receipt for gold that didn't exist, he created both credit and inflation. They're both the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Illustrating that there has to be that one-to-one relationship between the money substitute, the paper currency, and what is being held in the vault. Once you get off that one-to-one standard, the system is ripe for total manipulation. And this allowed the goldsmith of the Middle Ages to manipulate the economic activity of his community and artificially create depressions and then stimulate the economy.
I'm going to stipulate all of this, Stephen, so that we don't have to go through it. How do we get from there to children taking guns into school and killing their classmates and teachers?
Well, the economic pressures that are put on families, most problems...
you think it's economic?
That's right.
You think this is economic? All right.
And that's why economic warfare and psychological warfare always work together. It's a twin pincer movement. It's like a vice.
All right, Stephen, listen, we've got a break here. We're at the top of the hour, and we'll be right back. Stephen Jacobson is my guest. He's talking about mind control. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dreamland. Once again, here I am. Good evening, everybody. Stephen Jacobson is my guest, and he'll be back in a moment. This might interest you. From Reuters, Switzerland's Radioactivity Surveillance Office said on Friday it detected radiation levels more than 1,000 times above the normal at the beginning of June, but they had since returned to normal. The accident, I repeat, the accident is believed to have been caused when a machine containing the radioactive material cesium-137 was accidentally melted down in a furnace along with other scrap metal. The president of Greenpeace Spain on Sunday lashed out at both the company and the watchdog, saying the incident was, quote, a huge botch job, end quote. We don't yet know the size of the problem, but whatever the dose of radiation, it affects the environment, he said. We've asked the Nuclear Security Council for more details and more transparency in its operations, end quote, she said. I shouldn't be laughing about this, but it really is hard to know what to believe, isn't it? All right, back now to my guest, Stephen Jacobson, and we are going to take calls shortly. Stephen, welcome back.
Yes, my pleasure.
Again, I'm going to ask again, if you hear of a 12-year-old that walks into a classroom, kills the teacher, kills the students, I'm not quite certain how you say that's economic.
Well, I'm not. I'm saying economics is a factor in placing pressure on people where there'll be problems at home. A lot of family problems center around money.
No question about it.
And so that a dishonest economic system designed to place pressure on people is simply over a period of time, heaping pressure upon pressure on people. They do have the breaking point. Now, in the case of children,
yes,
you have this factor of the influence that media has on them. There is a direct connection between the graphic depiction of violence in media and what happens out here in the street. Now, many motion pictures have precipitated violence over the years, going all the way back to D.W. Griffith and the Birth of a Nation that caused riots in different cities where it played up through the 1970s. The different gang-related movies that also caused violence.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but in spite of all that, and then we have the deer hunter example, where the press reported that about 28 people imitated the Russian roulette scene in that movie and committed suicide. And then John Hinckley and his reference to the movie Taxi Driver, giving him the idea to assassinate President Reagan. In spite of those examples, one example alone indicates that there's a problem, and that is that the military, and in particular a doctor at NATO, has used film to desensitize men who were not inclined to go into a battlefield situation, to desensitize them so that they could do their job as soldiers. Now, they were shown films of people being killed violently and being maimed. Now, if the military uses film in that way to obtain that kind of result, it's not such a great stretch to consider the impact that graphic violence has on young people in particular who grow up with a steady diet of violence, from the cartoon violence that shows no consequences for violence and it's played as slapstick, to movies like the Home Alone series. We have a youngster doing things that in real life would cause serious injury or even death and being played for laughs. Well, children look at television in a different way than adults do, and they think things are real until they get a little older. And even then, a lot of people will accept what they are seeing, and it gives them messages about how society works, and very often violence is presented as an acceptable means of problem solving.
Stephen, let me stop you and ask you to clear something up for me.
Yes.
As I told you at the beginning of the show, I'm soon going to be 53 years old. When I was young, we had lots and lots of violence. Cowboys and Indians kind of violence.
Mm-hmm.
We had the Three Stooges kind of violence.
Yes.
We had cartoon violence. We had plenty of violence when I was young. We didn't have as many children going into class and killing their fellow students and teachers as we do today. So where is the difference between the mid-50s and today?
Oh, gee, it's a world of difference. It was a different world in the 1950s. It was a world of Leave It to Beaver, the Donna Reed Show, Father Knows Best, and that changed into Father Knows Nothing with the television program Married with Children. There was a time where there were very clear demarcations between what was right and wrong, and those lines, for many people, have blurred. Also, you have the transformation that American education has undergone over the years. When you and I were going to school, things were a lot different than what young people today are confronted with in school. And this part of this problem goes back to the early part of the century and the changes that our American educational system have undergone, where there was a dramatic shift in emphasis in American education from intellectual development to socialization. The goals of education became social and political rather than academic. Mm-hmm. And this was due in large part to John Dewey and his progressive educational reforms that were based on the experimental psychology developed by Professor Wilhelm Wundt at the University of Leipzig in Germany. Dr. Wundt believed that man had no soul, that we were simply stimulus response animals. And that kind of idea was transmitted to educational psychology, and that infiltrated our school system, where John Dewey didn't believe there was a God. He didn't believe that there was there were any moral absolutes, right and wrong, and all these things have infiltrated into our educational system, where this is the result. We see the result in this kind of irrational behavior.
So then, if I've got this right, you believe that there is a nationwide, probably worldwide, long-term conspiracy, in effect, brainwashing us toward the eventual control of a singular control of the entire world.
Sure, and I think we're already at that point because of the situation with money and how it is controlled, that we have been under this kind of control for a good while. And in this country, in 1913 is really when we lost it, when the Federal Reserve System came into being, where the money system of this country was turned over to private individuals.
Okay, let's ask the audience some questions, or allow them to ask you some. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Good evening, Mr. Bell, Mr.
Yes.
Jacobson. Nice to talk with you both. My name is also Stephen. I'm calling from Hampton, Virginia.
Okay.
I am a retired broadcaster. I've been out of the business now about 4 years. I work for the private sector now.
All right. You mean you were in the?
I was a radio announcer. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. I have to take some issue with some of the points that Mr. Jacobson is bringing up tonight. I don't feel he's giving listeners and viewers credit for their intelligence by assuming that they are so easily mind-controlled. Now, granted, surely the media wants to get ratings. They're in the business of attracting viewers and listeners.
That's right, yes.
In my 25 years of broadcasting, I was never a part of any type of subliminal broadcasting or anything.
All right, well,
like
let me stop you right there. I am in the same business you were in, all right?
Yes, sir.
And I am probably the third or fourth most listened to talk show host in America right now.
That you are.
Okay. That's why I asked Stephen earlier, at what level of a large broadcast, multinational corporation even, would there be awareness? And he said only at the very top. And so I didn't pursue it for the same reason I think you can't pursue it. I mean, how do you know that there were not messages inserted at some level way past you before what you had on the air was being transmitted, or that you unintentionally transmitted a material that would have affected people? The answer is you can't know. Either can I.
Well, what I do feel that, during my broadcast years, that I was saying what I felt, just as you do.
You bet.
I also feel, though, that listeners had intelligence enough to either like it or not like it, believe it or not believe it.
Yes, but he is discussing subliminal messaging that you might have not known you were doing, or might have occurred later in the chain after your microphone.
My answer to him would be that I felt in my years of broadcasting, and you worked for a lot of stations in 25 years.
Oh, yeah.
That you get close enough to the engineers, to the owner, to your bosses, your coworkers, that you know what's going on. It's a ratings business. You're trying to attract the most amount of listeners that you can, but I never had anyone come up to me and tell me that they thought they were being affected subliminally. I can't say I was the most popular announcer in town. It wasn't that way.
No, what you're doing is you're saying, look, I always said what I wanted to say.
Right.
I was a free agent.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And I would say exactly the same thing. Believe me, I would say the same thing. But the way Mr. Jacobson put this to me, he stopped me, because how do I know that at some other point something is not being inserted that I know nothing about? I can't be absolutely certain of that.
Well, if he's suggesting that possibly the FCC was involved in this, I would say absolutely not. They have so dropped all restrictions on what radio stations can do. They don't really care anymore.
Well,
they're in the business of license.
Look, that would strengthen, not weaken his argument. You're right. They've deregulated like crazy. They've barely got the staff to watch over things. That would strengthen his argument, I'm sorry to say. Well, I'm not saying it's so. I'm saying I'm willing to consider it. I appreciate your call, sir.
That's all right. Thank you.
You want to respond at all, Stephen?
Well, we're seeing things from a different perspective. Even when I was working in media, I wasn't asked to do things intentionally that were misleading. But whoever is paying the bills on a particular project, all programs have a particular point of view, and that is determined by who's putting up the money. And now I may not have always agreed with what it was that I was presenting, but I certainly knew that whether it was a government documentary or a promotional piece, that it had a particular point of view that was determined by the client.
Yeah, but ultimately, I would argue with that caller, Stephen, that what the American people hear is determined and driven by ratings. And you can connect that directly to money because it is connected directly to money. Money equals ratings, ratings equal money. No question about it. But what the American people hear is driven by ratings. So at what point would the manipulation occur?
It's throughout. I've illustrated some of the components. The mechanism is to get us in a particular state of mind where information can be implanted and then repeated over a period of time to elicit a conditioned response. The whole point of propaganda, whether it's by an advertiser or a political propagandist, is to build in that conditioned response so that when we are presented with that piece of information, we respond automatically without thinking about it. Now, unless we are aware of the mechanism, we are not aware that we are being manipulated. People have a tendency to believe things that are consistent with what they already believe. There's a term for it, cognitive dissonance. What doesn't fit into what we already believe, we have a tendency to involuntarily and automatically reject. So that if someone has an inclination not to consider that there could be a conspiracy in operation because they had not heard of it, then any information that tended to go in the direction that there is a conspiracy, they simply wouldn't give it credence and would not.
I am certainly open-minded enough to imagine that there could be such a conspiracy. Period. Your early points with regard to the hypnotic state or the trance state induced when you're watching TV, reading, listening to the radio, whatever, given. I'll give it to you. And TV is stronger than radio with regard to its ability to put you deeper in that state. No question
not
about
just
it.
Television, popular music does this as well.
Yep.
And that's a particular importance regarding young people in this country because music, Plato and Aristotle believed that people could be controlled by music. And our bodies literally can be played as if they were musical instruments. Different frequency tones affect different parts of the body, and we feel these vibrations. Now, in the case of a lot of popular rock music, you have a bass rhythm pattern that is louder than the melody. And that repeating pattern does a number of things. One, it functions as the focal point to distract the sense of hearing to get the listener locked on to the repeating pattern of the repeating musical pattern. But there's another effect of using low-frequency bass tones that when the volume is up high, it affects the secretion of hormones that affect male and female sexual responses so that the music will feel good. Now, and serve as a distraction while people are focused on the physical sensation.
I agree.
They're not listening to the message of the lyrics.
I absolutely agree with all your general assessments. What I have not yet had proven to me is a conscious, evil effort to manipulate society toward a complete breakdown, which is what you would have to have before you would accept some sort of global governance, some great savior to come along and save your butt and pull your butt out of the fire. You follow me? I accept all your premises, but you haven't yet, for me, made the connection to the specific dark conspiracy to do what you think is underway.
Well, I think perhaps then you need to hear these audio cassettes because one, it's different than a conversation. It's very tightly scripted, leading from the beginning to its conclusion to show how all these things fit together.
All right. When we come back, we'll tell everybody how to get those audio cassettes, and we'll take some more calls. And we'll see how you feel about all of this out there. Good evening, everybody, from the high desert, where it's very pleasant, finally, and actually warming up a few degrees. Boy, it's been strange weather, hasn't it? In an area near Dreamland. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dreamland. And here is breaking news. Stephen, did you just sit up straight? Breaking news. There's been a 5.6 magnitude earthquake in eastern Japan. We don't have any more details just yet, but 5.6 somewhere in eastern Japan. And we'll see from there, I'm sure, in the next hour or two, depending on the news source, whether there has been any damage or casualties reported. We'll get back to Stephen Jacobson in a moment. All right, back now to Stephen Jacobson. Stephen, you do have audio tapes available on the subject in great detail.
Yes.
How many and how much?
Presently, there are 2 audio cassettes, and I'm working on the next 2 in the series.
Okay.
The 2 tapes that are available, Mind Control in America and Wake Up America. They can either be ordered separately or together as a set, and I make a special offer to your listening audience who are interested in in knowing more about the subject. Mind Control in America, when ordered by itself, the special price is $12. That includes postage. Wake Up America, ordered by itself, special pricing is $13. And the 2 tapes ordered together as a set, the total is $22, and that includes first-class shipping. That's for both Mind Control in America and Wake Up America, and they can be ordered by sending the order to me, Stephen Jacobson, at MCIA Media. That's the initials for Mind Control in America, Media, MCIA Media, Post Office Box 15734. That's Post Office Box 15734, Winston-Salem. It's 2 words hyphenated. Winston-Salem, North Carolina, zip 27113. That's MCIA Media, Post Office Box 15734, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, zip 27113. For anyone who has any questions, my phone number here in Winston-Salem is area code 336-723-6535. 336-723-6535. And that's 2 audio cassettes, Mind Control in America and Wake Up America. The total for the 2, which includes shipping, is $22.
All right, good enough. Let's go back to the phones and see what people say. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Hello. I have a very strange incident that happened in my neck of the woods last week at an elementary school where 18 kids were rushed to the hospital after ingesting diet pills and Motrin, and they were influenced by one child who took them from his mother, apparently. And all of these children, they were in the 5th or 6th grade, and they were all repeatedly told and taught in school and taught by their parents not to take drugs from other people and so forth. And so their parents were all quite shocked that they were influenced so much to do this. And what I wanted to know was, it would be interesting to do like a case study on this other than just a criminal investigation, but to find out what these kids had done prior, for instance, common music that they listened to, you know, what their activities were that led up to this. And I was wondering, is there a investigative company or investigative firm that deals with investigating these incidents?
I don't know. It's a good question. Stephen?
Gee, that is a good question. I think that there is an organization, and let me see if I can get the Citizens Commission on Human Rights in Los Angeles. They, I believe, do investigate incidents like this. And in fact, in some of their information, they point out the use of psychoactive drugs that are prescribed for young people, Ritalin in particular, and also Prozac. In this most recent shooting, I believe that
and absolutely in general use in America right now.
Yeah.
No question about it. All right, here's a fact which says the guest tonight, very interesting, especially in light of the fact that he is discussing the exact same subject, which is creating so much furor with the new movie, The Truman Show. Now, I haven't seen The Truman Show. I want to. I have no idea what it's about. Do you know offhand whether it relates to what you are discussing tonight?
It probably does. I haven't seen it either. And but from what I gather, it does have to do with this reality that we are living in that has been created by the media, and that we're not living in the real world. That's part of our problem.
Okay, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello, Stephen.
Hi.
Pleasure to talk to you. This is John in Minneapolis.
Hi, John.
I wanted to comment on something here, and that is the effect of heavy metals and such as zinc and cadmium. And studies that they've done that have shown that people that are a large percentage of people incarcerated have high levels of cadmium. Is that true? I mean, it's something that I've heard.
All right, it's a fair question. Chemical similarities or commonalities with regard to criminal activity. Anything on that, Stephen?
Well, one of the ways of manipulating people in their thinking is by influencing mental states. So that covers a wide range. We touched on one aspect of it, and that is the use of hypnotic techniques in media and how television, because of its very nature, it manipulates one's mental state. Also, food additives, chemicals, and drugs can do the same thing. As far as there being any common denominator of something that is in the water, so to speak, I don't know. Certainly, there has been a lot written about fluoride and how it has negative effects on us and even impacts how we process information. All these things are related. Everything is related.
So there is no single specific thing that you point to in this conspiracy, but rather it is a cumulative effect.
That is correct. A lot of things working together. A key element of programming is simply repetition of the message. In the case of a lot of popular music that young people listen to, you cannot clearly distinguish the lyrics consciously. And that poses some special problems, because if you cannot understand the words clearly, you cannot make the conscious free will choice to accept or reject the message.
Well, if you're not understanding it, you must be suggesting that though your conscious mind is not understanding it, your subconscious is receiving the message loud and clear.
That's the point. It's that information is getting lodged in the subconscious, and we're not adding our file information. We're not coding it with whether or not we accept or reject it. Someone else is coding it, and that means it can be triggered, activated at a later time.
Yeah, I don't reject that concept at all. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Where are you?
I'm John from Reno, Nevada.
Okay, John.
First of all, happy birthday to you, Art, coming up on Wednesday.
Coming up, thanks.
And Mr. Jacobson, there is a curious effect I started noticing about 5 years ago on most of the major networks. And for lack of a better term, I call it the digital shift. And most of my friends and relatives didn't notice until I pointed it out to them. And the best way to describe it is that I work on an older computer, and a lot of times I'll run some of the newer software. It has to slow down in order to accommodate all the data that's coming through on the screen. And you get this sort of like time delay shift. Well, on a lot of the networks, most of the major ones that have popular shows on, and I won't go through the process and name all of them, but every once in a while during the programs, especially on some of the hotter series, they'll have this segment where there's a shift where the character will freeze for a second on the screen and it sort of stretches out for a brief second and then all of a sudden resumes its normal pace. Mm-hmm. And the only thing I could figure out what's going on there is that there's an information overload coming down over the signal. I was just wondering if I could get a comment on that from you.
Well, interesting. I think that there are a number of techniques that contribute to some problems that many people have, young people in particular. The use of cutting patterns, quick cutting, and quickly changing camera angles and use of these shifts, as you were describing, they program a short attention span. So that because television literally plugs into our nervous system, young children, when they are away from television, get fidgety and have difficulties focusing their attention. In fact, the attention deficit disorder is closely connected to this because of the effect that this quick cutting has on young people.
There is an alternative explanation for what he was talking about as well. If I understood correctly, he was talking about digital transmission. Now, in the world of digital transmission, when you miss a bit or two, even with error correction, this is kind of computer-type stuff, but it's a digital transmission. When you miss a bit or two, it freezes. It's the nature of the type of digital transmission they're making, and you'll see a character freeze for a second. That means you missed a bit, and then it'll resume. So there is a technical explanation for that that doesn't necessarily involve mind control. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Hello. Yes. Am I on?
Yes, you are. Where are you?
In Chehalis, Washington.
Okay.
I have two questions, very important. One, shocking in the body. Does he know anything about how the government shocking people in the bodies?
Shocking people?
Yeah. Electric shocks?
Electric shocks, yes. How would the government be shocking people, ma'am?
The Greys are putting these things in the people's bodies.
Oh, you mean implants?
Yeah.
All right. She's talking about the phenomenon of implants, and I take it that's out of your field.
Well, it's not an area that I really delve into. The mind control issue covers a wide spectrum. The use of implants have been investigated by different governments and intelligence agencies that have been involved in the research of technology to impact on consciousness. But as far as the connection with the UFO phenomenon, that's not within the scope of what I'm currently involved in.
Well, the one thing that I don't doubt is that any government, including our government, would be interested in control of the masses that it pretends to serve. Now, I don't doubt that for a second, and how you get to it in specifics, I don't know. And so anyway, back to the phones. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hi.
Yeah, hello. Art Bell and